Hello, chat. Hello, you stinky chat. At Stream Notifs Tournament. Join. Okay, so, lore. After last tournament, Seto Kaiba found his blue eyes. Of course, he found the fourth blue eyes, which Solomon Muto has. As a result of this, he already was finishing the Kaiba Land theme park, but he did finish it. And during the grand opening, he held a big event. This was Death T, and he kidnapped Solomon and forced him into these games to try to get the last copy of the Blue Eyes. Now, Yugi, being his grandson, obviously didn't like that, and his whole friend group came to try to stop him. And this basically became a tournament because Kaiba has tons of people on his side in this tournament. He has Mokuba, his brother. He has his four game masters, Ridley Sheldon, Ryuichi Fua, Eileen Rao, and Hobson. He has three military people he hired, being Johnny Gale, Bob McGuire, and Blue. He hired a serial killer named Chopman for one of the floors of Death Tea. There's the big five, the shareholders of the company, Kaiba Corp, being Gansley, Crump, Johnson, Nesbitt, and Lecter. There's Roland and Fuguda, who work very closely with Kaiba. There's Gozaburo Kaiba, the CEO of the company and Kaiba's adoptive father. And then Noah Kaiba, Gozaburo's son, his real son. Noah's dead, but he was uploaded virtually by Gozaburo and lives on that way. So Noah is still around virtually and is able to duel like that. That's the whole cast right there. First duel, Miho Nosaka versus Agent Blue. Seeding is just, people who are officially ranked have seeds, and the people who are not do not. You know, like usual. Mostly decided by Gozaburo and Seto. Gozaburo and Seto fight about the company a lot, but Gozaburo did see all of these people here as an opportunity to test out the decks that he's been making. So after Seto got really into Duel Monsters, they partnered with Industrial Illusions, the company that made Duel Monsters. And they have been getting a lot of cards that are unreleased yet from them. So that's a little problematic because their cards are a lot more up to date, a lot more, I don't know, cards that nobody has access to, but Kaiba Corp does. Oh, I forgot some people. I forgot important ones. So, Dual Computer. Kaiba has been trying his deck to make his deck better because he is enamored by the fact that Miho and Diesel Kane have these counterparts and these Millennium items, and that they're the top two of every tournament. That made him want to become like them. So he would study at the Dual Computer. He would try to improve his deck, and he got his deck to a point where he beats the Miho simulation every time. He knows how to beat the Miho simulation. Now Miho's updated her deck. He's not faced the real Miho in this time, but he can beat the simulation. He also managed to purchase, for a large sum of money, the Millennium Rod, which possessed the spirit of Yami Seto. And Yami Seto came with a powerful boss monster that you may or may not see, that Kaiba had never seen before. Kaiba has another new powerful boss monster, the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon that he got from Pegasus. And he is testing on the dual computer a third Blue Eyes boss monster, which is actually a ritual, because rituals just came out. So he's using the dual computer to test out the Blue Eyes ritual to see if it's worth it, and also to beat the other people in the tournament. He uses it as a player eliminator partially. Okay, that's enough lore. Tournament. First duel, Miho versus Agent Blue. Oh, wait, hold on. Miho. Agent Blue. There she is. Agent Blue is an assassin. She's an assassin. Nobody knows her name. Kaiba hired her to do it's like a shooting game, like a paintball kind of thing. But now she's dueling. Um, and all of these military guys, they all have ritual monsters as well. They are also testing out ritual decks. They aren't really dual monsters players, but they've all picked up the game and created quick decks to compete. At the order of Buzaburo Kaiba, who saw this as a great opportunity for a tournament. Seto just wanted it to be like a thing where they go through, like Yugi's friends were going through the Death Tea, and he was gonna duel him at the end. Gozaburo got a handed it, and he was like, "No, this is my company. We're doing a tournament now. You got all these people watching. Let's do Kaiba Corp's first ever tournament. We're they're partnered with Industrial Illusions anyway, so I don't know if Gozaburo has the authority to make it official, but he's saying it is." Yeah, what a shock Miho's winning. Yeah, so Agent Blue has a water deck, and her boss monster is Trap Turtle, which is pretty good, but she's never able to summon it. She just never has all the pieces she needs for it. So it doesn't really work out. The only change to her deck, I think, is that she got made into the Moonlight Miho's deck. That's the only thing I can think of that she's really changed is this card came out and she was like, "Oh, I like this. I think it fits my deck. It's a spellcaster, so I'll throw it in." Speaking of spellcasters, that's her boss monster, Dark Magician. Good luck beating that. And Dark Elf. Okay. I don't know why you put Dark Elf in defense mode, because now even Starboy can beat it. Ooh, the Yami actually mattered for that red archery girl because she's got 1500 defense. I wasn't expecting that. Wow, what a good monster. Peru Purin. Yeah, you can tell she doesn't duel. There's a reason she's the bottom seed. Okay. Miho wins 2-0. Miho has only ever lost a single duel to Diesel Kane and Yami Diesel. Next up, Dual Computer versus Crump. I feel like having Dual Computer in this same bracket as Miho is pretty bad because the Dual Computer is pretty strong, and Kaiba has specifically trained the Dual Computer himself and his counterpart Yami Kaiba to all be able to beat Miho. So in his simulations, the Dual Computer has done this duel and won this duel. And by this duel, I mean, the one that's about to come up. Assuming Dual Computer wins, Crump could win. Um, Crump does have penguins, so if you like penguins, man, this is your guy. Wait, I did Miho. I did Miho. I keep thinking it's Miho. I'll fix that. Ignore that. Dual Computer against Crump. Yu-Gi-Oh's time. So true. So true. I'm always saying this. So Crump starts with Penguin Knight with Horn of the Unicorn, which is kind of a waste of Horn of the Unicorn, but it does make Penguin Knight pretty strong. Not strong enough for Lajin. Now, the Dual Computer deck is meant to be a Kaiba deck. Kaiba put a lot of his cards in that deck. He, of course, has his 3 copies of Blue Eyes in that deck. And this is his way of basically testing cards. Crump demanded Pegasus give him all penguin-related cards. So what's the Sea Snake doing here, huh? He needs to make more penguin cards. Kaiba created a whole penguin archetype for this man that's unreleased. Bet he regrets that deal now, huh? Oh my god, and Inferno Hammer. So this Dual Computer deck also has Inferno Hammer, because this deck is based on putting monsters into face-down defense position. Because the boss monster, Paladin of the White Dragon, destroys face-down defense monsters. Yeah, this is the monster that this deck is based around. He's not drawing the ritual spell, but it doesn't matter. That is Trump's Ace Monsters Nightmare Penguin, which he used to put Blue Eyes back in the hand. Blue Eyes then some or tributes the Spear Cretans and comes back. Trump has lost. And this is why I'm saying this is a bad matchup for Miho to be against the computer literally designed to beat her specifically. It's a bad matchup for Crump too, to be fair. Dual computer being this low is really bad for everyone. Except Kaiba. Kaiba's happy to have dual computer against Miho. Although I'm sure he'd rather him beat Miho himself. That's a huge powered up giant red sea snake. It immediately gets mirror forced. A lot of people in this tournament have Soul Exchange because Kaiba thinks that's one of the best cards in the game because his whole strategy is getting out big tribute monsters. So he made sure to get people copies of Soul Exchange because he sees that as the strongest card. This Horn of the Unicorn is really throwing things down, huh? It's really making things, it's making you not get through your deck at all. Why would you? That was such a bad use of that. You did not need to do that, and you're doing less life point damage as a result of that. That was really bad. Why'd you set Cyberjar? You want to destroy your own Blue Eyes? What are you doing? I guess it's a computer. You can't really account for strategy. Just because Kaiba can beat the simulation of Miho every time doesn't mean he can beat the actual Miho every time. Wow, what a card. Flying Penguin. Wow, Bolt Penguin. Wow. These Penguin cards are really good, Crump. And that's why you should not have set that. I didn't even see what you said. There's just a bunch of penguins, huh? Oh no. Kaiba! I mean, dual computer, what'd you do to yourself? Okay, well, Dark Hole works. That's one way to get a bunch of penguins off the board. You do have the ritual, which if you can get 4 stars, you can summon it. Pot of Greed is one way to get. And there it is. Using a Blue Eyes, the dual computer summons its boss ritual, Paladin of White Dragon. Paladin's major effect, other than destroying face downs, is being able to tribute itself to summon 1 Blue Eyes from your deck. Acid Trap Hole on Nightmare Penguin to take that out. Trump's Ace. And dual computer wins. I'm at my been distracted in my DM. Okay, next up is Taya Gardner versus Ridley Sheldon. Ridley Sheldon is a doll maker who makes living dolls. For some reason, he is one of Kaiba's game masters that are supposed to be the best in the world at games in general. So that's a good sign going into Duel Monsters for Ridley. However, however, look at Taya's deck. Look at this. We got a new monster, Mahavelo, which combined with her equip spells is 2750 attack on turn 1. I would be afraid of Taya. I think Taya has improved a lot, buffed her deck a lot. And I think she's one of the ones to watch in this tournament. Now, assuming her and Miho both make it 2 rounds in, they'll have a rematch with Taya's new buff deck, which is interesting. Look at this. 3750 attack. And this card is just to give defense. That's a defense equip. That's a very quick victory. I definitely think Taya is one of the strongest decks in this tournament. And I think she wanted to move out of Miho's shadow, being Miho's best friend, the best duelist in the world record wise right now. She wants to move out of that shadow. Now she did not draw Mahavelo this time, but she's still buffing her Shining Friendship to get 2500. So even without her Mahavelo, she gets 2500 turn 1. That's pretty good. on a Shining Friendship, I might add. And then she had Magician of Faith to go get those cards back. Horn of the Unicorn already comes back naturally. Shining Friendship Beatdown is real. Yeah, that was pretty easy. Oh, I forgot chat. Do I want chat on the screen? I don't need chat. Taya wins 2-0. Next up, Yugi Muto versus Eileen Rao, another game master. So Eileen Rao, um, she is a hypnotist. She is a celebrity. I don't remember what kind of celebrity she is, but she's like an actress maybe? Or like a model? Maybe a model. She's something. She owns a tiger for some reason. I don't really know what's going on with her. I know in the show she captures Taya. So it'd be interesting to see her against Taya. But I think Yugi's probably winning this. She like Taya's like obsessed with her, and then she like uses her hypnosis powers to make Taya like freeze in time or something. What is this card? Aqua Snake? Why do you have Aqua Snake? There's Curse the Dragon. It beats over this Boar Soldier. Yeah, Boar Soldier. She has like a Beast Warrior deck for the most part. She has a bunch of Tiger cards. She also has a bunch of spells and traps that take monsters, and she has like Mesmeric Control, Brain Control, things like that. So those are actually pretty good cards. Granted, her monsters are like this. Archfiend Mirror, like what's that for? Mystical Sheep #2, these are not great. Swords helps. I guess Swords gives her that like freeze effect that she does to Taya. Kind of like that. I guess that'd be more a paralyzing potion, but you know what I mean. Brain control, there it is. Magic Jammer with discarding Fissure for it. I guess that makes sense since she doesn't have any monsters that do anything. Block attack. Interesting. That does help you get over that. That's true. So I get that. Tigerax sadly might be one of her best cards in terms of attack. I guess you're taking this to tribute for Gaia. Mystical Elf and Aqua Snake. No, okay. You already summoned that turn, maybe? Why'd you grab Aqua Snake? Just to lose? Okay. That to take out Mystical Elf is good. Now you can't summon Gaia. There's, of course, Turtle Tiger, another tiger card. And your tigers are gone. And to break in the hand. Eileen Rao has one turn to turn it around. She does not do it. And he gets out Gaia! For the win! Unsurprising that Yugi would win, just like he does in the anime. I guess Atem wins in the anime, but that guy doesn't exist right now. We're in the Miho era. That's a crazy use of Mirror Force. You really wanted to protect Gazelle, huh? I would not have gone to those lengths personally. Yugi is getting out Gaia. Never mind, he's doing this, then getting out Gaia. Which is smart. Why? Why? Why attack mode? You could have actually killed that. See, now even Aqua Snake beats you. Oh, you know what? Aqua Snake? It says the monster hypnotizes an opponent with the ball on its tail. Okay. That explains why you would have Aqua Snake. You know that's not rules text, right? That's not rules text, Eileen. Come on, Eileen. Okay, swords will show you what that is. That is Ancient One of the Deep Forest, and it's gone. Sure, the pain took that out. That is her boss monster, I'm sorry to say. That is definitely her boss monster, and that is the worst dark hole ever. You should not be dark holing a mystical sheep. That's crazy. Yep. Okay, well at least you have swords to protect that now. She can't summon anything. Yugi draws Komori Dragon. Yugi wins 2-0. Heart of the Cards moment. He was gonna win anyway. He was winning no matter what. Yugi moves on. He will go against Taya next time. Next up is Seto Kaiba versus Chopman. That's an interesting one. So Chopman is a serial killer that Kaiba hired for his death tea. That's true. Except for the times he has lost, he can never lose. That's so true. It's a great point. So the fact that he's dueling the serial killer, I think is very funny. And Chopman actually has a horror themed deck. It's like based on like horror movies, his deck. Which obviously I find fun because I love horror movies. Oh no. That's a 3,000 attack armored zombie. That's a blue eyes white dragon armored zombie. It's getting fissured. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have gone so hard on that one card. And now he has nothing. That's all it took was one fissure. I doubt that's anything worthwhile. Yep. What is this? Corroding shark. It's like a zombie shark. Kaiba wins easily. You did see that he has those equips that can make his cards go real hard. A 1,000 equip is pretty good. Kaiba's removal is very strong against that. Speaking of removal, Heavy Storm and Soul Exchange are very good for that. Now, he didn't draw any monsters, so he might actually be screwed. Especially when you can go crazy with no Mystic Clown with no buffs. Negate attack buys you a turn. Aquamador will. Ooh, Heavy Storm. Hold on. This is the one where you discard two, yeah. That's a pretty bad use of Heavy Storm, to be honest. Aquamador will hold its own against Mystic Clown and Armored Zombie. 3 soul exchanges with no cards to summon with it is a really bad draw. Oh no! He got his boss monster out. Mikazu Kino Yaiba. That's his boss monster, and it's gone. Just like that. His boss monster has been defeated. What is this? Mystic Plasma Zone? What is this card? I built this deck. Alright, well, Mystic Cloud is now at 2,000 without any equips. Oh no. This deck actually seems good. If Kaiba loses round 1, that will be embarrassing. Oh, Kaiba's losing round 1. He added cards without you knowing. Oh no, that's the worst. That's terrifying. If Chopman beats Kaiba, oh no, in his own tournament. I guess this is more Gozaburo's tournament, but you know. It is a Kaiba Corp tournament, nonetheless. So Goddess with the third eye is meant to be one of his materials for his Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. If he can get one of those and two Blue Eyes, and if Polly, he can get his monster. He doesn't have a monster to keep out with Soul Exchange. Why'd you summon that in attack mode? Oh no. He just lost the duel. On turn 5. Kaiba's out. Oh my god. He lost to the serial killer. He lost 2-1. He won the first duel. He lost 2-1. Give him one bit of credit. Okay, next is Gozaburo versus Gansley. That would have been awesome if it was Gozaburo against Seto, Kaiba against his dad. So Gozaburo, the CEO, versus Gansley, one of the big five, the major shareholders. It's 2-0 in my heart. That's fair. I respect that for sure. Hey Gansley, why is your face so close to the screen? Like, step away, man. No one wants to see all that. Yeah, look at this hand. This deck is not very good, to be honest. Use this card destruction immediately. Painful choice. Oh, wow, what are you doing? So he has an Exodia Necros deck, which does not exist yet, but he, with his connections, was able to get from Pegasus. And his deck is revolving around discarding cards, and specifically discarding Exodia pieces to get Exodia Necros. It powers up Flash Assailant, who has 2000 attack when you have no cards. However, Painful Choice has gotten you rid of all 3 copies of Flash Assailant. Yeah, back up, buddy. Whereas Gansley has a deck based around Deep Sea Warrior and its effect to when Umi is on the field, which Umi's gone, and all your Necrosses are gone too. When Umi's on the field, it's unaffected by spell cards. The deck is based around basically making it so the other player can't attack, and only you can. So it has cards like Starboy to power up Uguchi to attack directly. Umi will also power up Uguchi in that way. It has Little Swordsman to sacrifice monsters to power up your weak ones. And he has level limit area B? No, he has the other one. The one where if your attack is 1500 or higher, you can't attack. So Uguchi can still attack, and so can Deep Sea Warrior. But most monsters can't. And that's his boss for the kill. So actually, he has a very interesting deck. And it looks like he's going to beat the CEO. I don't know if beating your boss gives you a promotion or gets you fired. Guess we'll see. Painful choice to get a Necros copy. You get rid of a bunch of Mystic Tomatoes. Those Mystic Tomatoes are good. They help you search out Exodia pieces. Umi with Weather Report, Weather Control, I mean. Wait, that is Weather Report, not Weather Control. Those are different cards. Morphing Jar gets you 2 Exodia pieces. Ooh. Ooh. So that snake actually gets you to draw 2 cards if it's discarded by an opponent's effect, but instead it was put back into your hand by an opponent's effect. Weather Report is a JoJo character? What the heck? It's this guy. Weather Report. Final Destiny is gonna do nothing because you don't have enough cards and you never will. So that's a good use of Tribute to the Doomed. Looks just how I remember him. Okay, good. That's the Electric Snake. It's back, and it gets powered up by Umi, but it also gets destroyed by Offerings to the Doom. Because Umi powers up Thunder monsters as well. Doesn't usually come up, but it does. Why would you summon your Exodia pieces as monsters? So actually, Gozaburo's deck is based on putting them in the graveyard because he has this card Exodia Necros, which you can summon with Contract Exodia if you have all the pieces in your graveyard. Yes. So that's why the whole point of his deck is discarding. That being said, it's kind of backfiring right now. Robin Goblin is funny because whenever you attack, you make your opponent discard. Learning things today. Yeah. This is also kind of that is the deck that Gozaburo uses in the anime as well, as he uses an Exodia Necros deck. It's not like this one where it's like aggressively discarding, but it is an Exodia Necros deck. And maybe he'll switch around his deck after he loses this badly. Maybe he'll be like, maybe discarding my whole hand all the time is not the play. Gansley destroyed him. And his boss. Yeah, Final Destiny is not the one you want to draw there with no cards in your hand. It's not a good one. Alright, Gansley wins 2-0. Speaking of not even close. Next up is Duke Devlin versus Fuguda. Duke Devlin, of course, here with Miho and Yugi and friends. Duke Devlin has I don't know. We'll see what's going on with his deck. I don't really remember what I did to his deck. Whereas Fuguda has a really fun deck. I actually don't remember which of them. I get him and Roland confused. I don't remember which one he has. But he of course works for Kaiba Corp and is on Kaiba's side here. Oh right, Duke Devlin has Dokuro Rider now. That's what he has, which is the new zombie ritual. And Fuguda has a deck all about giving cards to your opponent and swapping cards. So Fuguda's cards are generally cards with downsides that you can give to your opponent to give them those downsides, like Mushroom Man, which makes your opponents pay life points to have it. Duke Devlin is powering up those cards immensely with Graceful Dice just to do a bunch of damage. Look at that! Look at that! Oh my god! Fuguda only has 2550 life points left. Soul Exchange on Armored Zombie to get out something. I don't even know what that is. What is that, Duke? Or Fuguda? Oh, that's Serpent Night Dragon. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. He does have his boss monster is Serpent Night Dragon. There's Dokuro Rider, but he doesn't have the stars to get it summoned. And even if he did, it's not as strong as Serpent Night Dragon. Why are you attacking with Griggle? You just lost because of that. You just attacked with Griggle and lost. Oh my god. Fuguda, you idiot. Learn to play. That card is not meant for attacking. It's meant to give to your opponent. Okay, well, try that again. There's Mystic Plasma Zone again. I definitely know about this card because I put it in people's decks. Why don't I remember it? There's Griggle again. The all-powerful Griggle. Nothing you can do against Griggle. Plural moment? I mean, yeah. But, you know. we can do what I do and pretend it's not. So Amoeba, when you give it to your opponent, inflicts 2,000 damage to them. When you give Griggle to your opponent, it gives you 3,000 life points. There's Dokuro Rider, which you sacrifice the Dokuro Rider to summon. And you power it up with 500. That's his new boss. His new boss monster, Dokuro Rider. Creature Swap. Now that's Fuguda's Dokuro Rider. You get 3,000 life points. And you're going to give you Mushroom Man. So I love this deck. It's actually such a fun deck to just give your opponent monsters and take the other ones. There's Boar Soldier. Why did you summon that just to get rid of it? I'm not sure. Yeah, it is a very interesting deck. Big fan of it, and it's actually winning this duel. Which is very cool. Share the pain to get rid of Mushroom Man and Dokuro Rider with a Monster Reborn to get Dokuro Rider back. Very good. Luke Devlin knows what he's doing. He does not have card advantage, but he has field advantage. Yeah, the giving your opponent's monster thing is very much a double-edged sword. Very true. And right now, you really need to find a way to take Dokuro Rider back. There's Violet Crystal that powers up Dokuro Rider even further. Swords of Revealing Light. Once it's away, you've lost. Pot of Greed helps. Protector of the Throne, Creature Swap. Graceful Dice to try to save you a turn. It does not work. Fuguda wins duel number 2. Proving that it can be viable to give your monsters away. On to game 3. As much as I love Duke Devlin and think he should win, Fuguda winning would be cool and funny. Giving Mushroom Man is a little scary at this point. He's gonna sack it for Shadow Ghoul, isn't he? No, he's not. He's going to summon Battle Ox and just do a ton of damage. That's smart. Mushroom Man goes back to Fuguda. And Swords of Revealing Light again. That card definitely helped him win the last duel. Let's see if it can help him win this one. He's not summoning Shadow Ghoul or doing Share the Pain. He's letting Mushroom Man take out Fuguda's life points, which is probably pretty smart. But Fuguda has his boss monster Sherpa Night Dragon now. He sacked Boar Soldier and Mushroom Man to get it. Share the Pain gets rid of it at the cost of a Dark Assailant. Monster Reborn gets the Serpent Night Dragon on Duke Devlin's side. And Armored Zombie. Fuguda is in trouble unless he can swap that Serpent Night Dragon to his side. And that's a whole board. You need Creature Swap now. Soul Exchange to sacrifice Serpent Night Dragon for your own new card, which might be another Serpent Night Dragon. Duke Devlin gets Sword of Dark Destruction, equips it to Armored Zombie, and summons Shadow Ghoul. However, his other boss monster, Hyozenru, is here. Tribute to the Doom takes out Hyozenru. And now Fuguda is in trouble yet again. That's not promising. It's Mushroom Man, that's very bad. He has one turn to come back. He does not do it. That was close though. That was a good duel. I love Fuguda's deck. I think it's very interesting. Duke Devlin is just too strong. He had a tough opponent. It happens. Devlin wins 2-1. Next up is Mokuba Kaiba versus Johnson of the Big Five. Mokuba with his Thunder Dragon deck. He has also picked up one of the new ritual cards. He has added Hungry Burger to his deck. Whereas Johnson, I believe Johnson is Judge Man? Or may? I think Johnson is Judge Man. Yeah. Did I put them in the right order? No, I did not. Don't worry about that. Mega Thunderball and Octubeam, if he could get it off, is fuse into Kaminari attack. Painful Choice gives you Hysteric Fairy, gets rid of all of these. Johnson also has a very fusion-based deck. He has Empress Judge. He has Dragoness, and I believe he has one other fusion. There's your ritual cards. Hamburger Recipe. You're going to send your Kaminari attack components to the graveyard for Hungry Burger, which is actually stronger than Kaminari attack. And Mokuba's deck is basically about getting Hungry Burger out and getting these two fusions out. It's a bunch of cards that make those two things easier for him. Skelengel lets you draw a card. I think you have a lot of angels in this deck. You do have Hysteric Fairy, Hibikime. I know you have Queen's Double. It says fairies, not angels. Ooh, you got rid of all these one-eyed shield dragons, which are for one of your fusions. That's your last Hungry Burger. Now you have all of them in your hand. That's good to search it out with Senju so you won't draw it yourself. And if you get another Hungry Bird or Sonic Bird, you can get the ritual spell to your hand right away. Hibikime takes out Senju. MST to take out Polly. And there's the last hamburger recipe, which you are going to use to create another Hungry Burger. Hungry Burger beatdown. Mokuba wins Duel 1. You can't stop the Hungry Burger. If he draws the last piece of Kaminari attack, he can summon it. He does not. He does, however, have a negate attack, which can save this piece and let him draw the other one next turn, possibly. He does not. He draws an MST, but he uses Heavy Storm instead, for some reason, to take out Bali. And Mokuba's in trouble. Those Electro Whips don't do anything if you don't have your Thunder monsters. And Sonic Bird will get you the ritual, but you don't have enough stars to summon it. And there's Johnson's 8's Monster Judge Man, which does get the final blow. Meaning they're 1-1. This does seem like a better hand. Painful choice to get Hysteric Fairy again. Basically clean your deck. Another painful choice. Heavily cleaning your deck. A Electro Whip for your Tripwire Beast. Hi, Hazel. Are you a real person? And yeah, the Tripwire Beast with the equip was not enough. Okay. You don't have the stars to summon it, though. If you could have searched for the other part, that would have been better. Mokuba's in trouble. Okay, you're not a real person. I'm banning you. So he has Immortal of Thunder, which I don't know if I would have used that flip effect personally. I think that just hurts you mostly. Okay, Mystical Sheep number one is good if you had another fusion material, but you don't. I think Mokuba's done for. He has one turn. If he can get another Hungry Burger, he's still in this. Soul Exchange, that's useless. He's out. Why does he never draw his Thunder Dragons? If he just could draw his Thunder Dragons, he could win. He has three of them. He just needs to draw one. Okay. Johnson wins 2-1. Yummy Miho versus Bob McGuire. Bob McGuire is another one of the assassins. I don't remember which one he is. I think he's the I need to pull his picture up to know which one he is. Oh, he's that one. That's a very bricky hand from Miho. So, Bob McGuire is the sniper, and his deck is completely swords. Every card in his deck is sword based. I don't know why, but that's how the gun guy decided to go, was sword based. Now his boss monster is Performance of Sword, which is a ritual monster. We'll see if he's able to summon that. Waboku does buy Miho a turn of keeping Mystical Elf on her field. She's still not able to summon Cosmo Queen, though, unless she draws Soul Exchange. Or Monster Reborn. Actually, is there even anything in the graveyard for that? There is, okay. However, that doesn't matter! You should have probably summoned Neo face up and killed something with it. So Masaki doesn't just kill it. He has all the parts on the field for Flame Swordsman. Magician of Faith will get her back nothing because she hasn't used any equips. Her books are still here. So that's a waste. Wow, Yami Miho actually lost Duel 1. That is the biggest upset in history. Let's run that back. Yami Miho is the de facto leader of the main friend group, of Miho's friend group. So the idea of her losing turn 1 is kind of crazy. Or round 1, not turn 1. He also has Neo the Magic Swordsman, but that's getting fissured, which will put both swords on top of the deck, which is not great for you. And I see that Mirror Force. So I would be very afraid if I was Bob. I think Miho's got duel number 2 already. Yep, because another Neo with a sword is bad. You're gonna draw swords for 2 turns in a row now. And both your Neos are gone, which are definitely your most powerful basic monster. Now you do have one more, but I doubt it's what's in your hand. You probably have a ritual card in your hand. Yep. Alright, Yami Miho wins duel number 2 with her Cosmo Queen. On to duel number 3. What? Oh. I'm streaming. Hold on.
What are you doing in here?
What do you mean, what am I doing in here?
No, why are you doing it in here?
Why don't you?
No, I mean, you can do it wherever you want.
Because you weren't here? Hey,
Yeah.
that's my answer.
It smells like cake batter in here. Like cupcake batter specifically.
I don't know why.
Me neither.
Oh, also because the other room smells bad, I need to get rid of all the garbage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll go grab some garbage bags. This room is okay.
Yeah?
Hey, why'd you look at me like that?
No reason.
Right.
Why summon that in attack mode? Never mind, it didn't matter, it was fine. You can do that. Bob got really lucky with that first duel. Never mind, actually, he's back. Wait, but Miho has Soul Exchange. So, she's gonna tribute both Neos for Cosmo Queen. And that is going to be the end of Bob. I doubt he draws anything that saves him here from this. Hard to beat over Cosmo Queen. I can't think of a sword card that can do it. Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay. Miho wins 2-1. Oh my god. It could be Yami Miho versus Yami Seto? Really? That's kind of a crazy seeding. Yeah, the way this tournament is seeded is kind of crazy sometimes. Okay. Yami Seto versus Nesbit. Nesbit of the Big Five. Yami Seto, the spirit of the Millennium Rod. From ancient Egypt. He's working with Seto here. for the time being. It's unsure what his motivation and goals are. But look at this hand. Blackluster Soldier, Blackluster Ritual. His boss monster, Dragon Master Knight. Yami Seto's deck is a little crazy. Now, the Forceful Sentry sending Blackluster Soldier and the Ritual card back into his deck is kind of crazy. Trap Hole on Robotic Knight. Nesbit has a Robotic Knight deck that goes into its Machine King and Perfect Machine King, which are very strong cards. Mystic Horseman. Seto has to merge into Battle Ox and Mystic Horseman. Into Rabbit Horseman. There's Cannon Soldier. He has Blue Eyes. If he can draw Blackluster Soldier like he had before, he can fuse them into Dragon Master Knight, which is very, very strong. Robotic Knight is just a strong 4-star monster. He has to get over that. Now, Fissure is one way to do it. Which gets rid of 2 of his Robotic Knights. He only has 1 more. Cannon Soldier is also brutal. He's gonna need to beat over that. Holly will not do it. Now, as good as Yami Seto is, he does have a lot of bricks in his deck. He has Blue Eyes, he has BLS. Those are bricks. So he's gonna get lucky here. Dharma Cannon is tributed for Cannon Soldier, which is kind of the purpose of it, if you think about it. We spell to take out the buff. Not a great draw for Seto, but he's doing what he can with it. That is Mechanical Snail, which is the strongest card in the game, if you think about it. And gets Cannon Soldiered. Battle Ox. That's one way to get rid of Cannon Soldier. He would have lost the duel that turn if not for drawing Battle Ox. That's huge. If he draws Mystic Horseman, he can fuse them. If he draws BLS, he can fuse that. That's the Ritual card. That is not what he wants at all. The Ritual card is useless right now. He needs the card itself, the Blackluster Soldier itself. Oh no. Putting Blue Eyes back in his deck is really bad. He still wins. That was very, very close.
Other room's good.
What?
Other room's good.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
More or less. Open the window, let it air out. It's nice and easy.
Good. Thank you. I was going to do that after this. I forgot you were coming home today. Actually, I don't know if you told me. Yeah, you did. You did. I forgot you were coming home.
Yeah.
He didn't fuse them? Why not? No, he had the fuse. He had Rabbit Horseman, and he didn't fuse it. DNA surgery to make the machines. Oh, right, he has that strat. Now he's doing it. Why'd you summon it first? Why didn't you summon Kamori Dragon? Okay, well, he got Rabbit Horseman off, which he needed to beat over Robotic Knight. Thank you. He has another DNA surgery. Rabbit Horseman doing good work.
Whoops.
And he got out Blue Eyes. He has Rabbit Horseman and Blue Eyes. And we get the animation for the kill. That first duel worried me, but I should not be worried about Yami Seto. He's got heart of the cards moments, honestly. Of course, he got Black Luster Soldier from a friend that he knew. You know, some guy from Egypt. Next up, Solomon Muto, the man that this tournament exists for, against Scott Irvine. Scott Irvine is the lead researcher at Kaiba Corp, and he has actually been instructed by Gozaburo to create a deck to counter Seto's. Because Gozaburo sees Seto as his rival and somebody that he needs to keep down. So that is why he had Scott Irvine researching a deck that can beat Seto, because he knows Duel Monsters is all Seto really has. Should I switch to that room?
Yeah, I'm gonna use the bathroom so you got a bit. I just
So yes, I should.
yeah, I kinda wanna take a nap.
Okay, I will move.
That's since I woke up yesterday morning.
I will move my everything. You should sleep.
What the Dex is?
Uh-huh. Dex doesn't sleep?
I mean they do, just look, you don't get it.
You're right. I think people should sleep.
You know?
Oh, they do.
Well,
Oh, you should. I think you should sleep. Francis? You need this with this. Yes. Yes. Hello, chat. Solomon's killing it. He has no Exodia pieces. He doesn't care. He's just beating him down. Yeah, as you can see, Scott's deck is basically based on countering dragon decks. His ace monster is Buster Blader, which is a card specifically created to counter dragon decks when Scott was talking to Pegasus. Delinquent Duo is pretty brutal. Gets rid of two really good cards. Painful Choice and Monster Reborn. That's a brutal one because it switches control of a monster. Sangen will help Solomon search out Exodia. What do you... Dragon Manipulate with Sword of Dragon Soul. That's crazy. So yeah, that's an equip spell that will destroy any dragon immediately. Now, two Sangens cannot work at the same time, so it's kind of unlucky to have three Sangens, but if you can manage to get them destroyed one turn after another, that's three pieces of Exodia. Which, this is a good way to do that. There's one piece Karate Man destroys itself, and then you can summon both Sangans. Share the Pain is a good way to destroy a Sangan. Assume he summons any monster with more than 1,000 attack. He kills one of your Sangans. You share the pain the other one. That's 3 Exodia pieces. Never mind, no monster. None needed. Mystic Tomato, that's game. Solomon wins. 2-0. A deck that specifically counters Dragon decks does not do much against an Exodia deck. Next up is Tristan Taylor versus Ruichi Fua. Ruichi Fua is kind of famous for being on game shows, luck-based game shows, and winning constantly. He is considered one of the luckiest people to ever live, and his entire deck is based around luck effects. Stin bottom. Ryuichi Fua top. Now, Tristan kind of thinks this is bullshit. Tristan does not believe in Ryuichi's luck. Also, Tristan has a new card, Megamorph, which is pretty powerful for him. It buffs his deck by a lot. He's using an Untainted Wisdom already. I don't know why you would do that. That seems stupid. Never mind. Maybe it was actually really smart. Maybe that's why it's called Tainted Wisdom. Very lucky for Tristan. Uh-oh, Time Wizard. Oh, Tristan's getting really lucky. Wow. So Ryoichi Fua is not living up to the hype right now. Why aren't you summoning your battle guards? That's what I'm interested in. Another Time Wizard. He calls it wrong again. Hey, this guy's supposed to be the luck guy? Swamp Battle Guard enters the fray. Ryoichi has nothing. He's got to get like a third Time Wizard or something. Jirai Gumo, never mind, that can do it. And he actually called something right for once. However, Soul Exchange gets rid of that pretty quickly. For Swamp Battle Guard. Is that Lava? Yeah, Lava Battle Guard. My bad. Ooh! Sand Gambler. Which, if all 3 results are heads, you destroy all monsters on your opponent's field, and if they're all tails, you destroy all monsters on your field. This one is literally just about getting cards out of play and removing cards from the top of your deck. Fiend Comedian. And Tristan wins. Ryoichi's deck of almost completely unrelated or unreleased cards with all luck effects loses to Tristan. Tristan's becoming a pretty good duelist on his own as well. Jiragumo, though, that's going to be tough. He needs a Soul Exchange or a Fissure or something. M Warrior is not going to do it for him. That's very bad for Tristan. And he gets the heads. What is this? Real. When this card is sent by a graveyard as a result of battle, toss a coin, call it. If you call it right, destroy one monster in your opponent's side of the field. Seems pretty good with 1700 defense. That's not bad. Jiraigumo to take out M Warrior. That actually loses Ryuichi half of his life points. And all it takes is one soul exchange to tip the favor of this duel. Polymerization does nothing right now. His fusions, of course, being Skull Knight and Carbonella Warrior. Goddess of Whim is an interesting one. It lets you either double or halve your attack. Granted, it's not a very high attack to begin with. There's Fiend Comedian, which is going to get rid of a bunch of cards from the top of your deck. We can see you have Skull Dice, Roulette Barrel, and Fairy Box. Fairy Box would have been a really good one to have. He's doing it again, and discards a bunch of cards again. He discarded another Fiend Comedian, so he doesn't have any more of those. He got rid of his Time Wizard and a Skull Dice. He's going for Jiraigumo. It's good. Tristan has one turn to draw Soul Exchange. Tainted Wisdom is not enough. But he puts it in attack mode and he does the damage. If he had Megamorph, he'd be okay. But he does not. He has Invigoration, which does not work for Tainted Wisdom. That does get rid of half your life points, but that doesn't matter when you're going to win the duel. On to Duel 3. He gets Jiraigumo again. However, it can be Darkhold. Mystical Sheep attacks directly. And Ryuichi is in trouble. Tristan has 2 Megamorphs and a Soul Exchange just in case for later in the duel. That's huge. He draws another Mystical Sheep. Mystical Sheep would be very good for him if he had a Poly and another fusion material. Negate attack saves his other Mystical Sheep. He probably should have just summoned that in attack mode. Uh-oh. Okay, Sand Gambler gets nothing. Pot of Greed is huge. Ancient Brain, that is part of his fusion. If he draws Poly, he can get Skull Knight out. What was this one? Gamble. Oh, yeah. He doesn't really get to do that much. Draw until your hand has 5 cards or skip your next turn. So he's skipping his next turn. Fairy Box is very strong. Luck on the good side, because he skips his next turn, he doesn't have to pay for Fairy Box next turn. And because he's tossing a coin, he can see if he destroys Mystical Sheep. He does. Kristen needs to draw Poly here. He does not, but he does draw Swamp Battle Guard, which he will use to Soul Exchange. Oh, on Dice Jar. Dice Jar is a good one to get out of the way. Ice Shark could do crazy damage. Goddess of Whim, he is not using the effect, he's just trying to destroy. He does not draw Poly, he draws Ryukishin powered. And Fairy Box does not work. Ryukishin goes through, and Swamp Battle Guard gets through. Ryuchi is very in danger. He has nothing. He has to rely on Fairy Box for the win. And Swamp Battle Guard gets the kill. Very good. Tristan was very dominant that last duel. Tristan wins 2-1. That is another one of Kaiba's Game Masters gone. Next up is Bakura Rio against Johnny Gale. Johnny Gale is the third of the military people. He is the leader of the three. Checking his deck right now. Skull Guardian is his boss. He has a defense-based deck, which is interesting. I think it's very interesting that the like SWAT leader guy has a defensive deck, and the sniper guy has a sword deck. He tributes for Stone Ogre Grotto after tributing Rock Ogre Grotto #1. That goes back to his hand with Wall of Illusion and doesn't even beat over it. Monster Reborn is used on Stone Ogre or Rock Ogre Grotto, I should say, which is tributed for Doma. Thank you, Sora. Love you. Appreciate it. Doma gets Black Pendant. And Johnny has really no chance here coming back. He's no Johnny Steps. He gets 2 Domas out. And now you don't even have the life points to play a card. And Doma gets the kill. He has Giant Germ in his deck, which is good burn. Yeah, his new cards, Giant Germ, Chain Energy, just a lot of new good burn stuff. He can't beat up Soldier of Stone, but he does have Chain Energy. It's probably another defensive monster. Hole is another big one, which charges them to attack. He plays Giant Germ and gets rid of it with Cannon Soldier. I would not have done that personally. I would have kept Giant Germ. That's a good one. You would have got more burn keeping Giant Germ. And he tributes, probably for Stone Ogre Grotto. Princess of Sarugi, Maneater Bug. Just a bunch of defensive cards now. Yep, that is Stone Ogre Grotto, which is immediately destroyed by Maneater Bug. The tolls are becoming an issue, but so is Chain Energy for both of them. Just Desserts is pretty huge. Change of Heart. I was not expecting that. He does set the cards that I wanted him to set, but I don't like that Change of Heart play. I think you could have saved it for something better. This is really huge for Bakura. That's a ton of burn. He could very soon kill with that Just Desserts. He plays Sarugi with Black Pendant. I guess for the 400 burn. Or 600, I mean. Which leaves him with only 500, so he can't play any more cards. I see. That makes sense. Now, Bakura can only play 2 more cards. If he has a Change of Heart, he wins the duel. Toll is very bad for him. Why'd he play that? He just threw? He needs a burn card. He needs Just Desserts. Or some kind of burn here. Cannon Soldier is good. That'll do it. Cannon Soldier wins him the duel. Good game. That's a close one. Bakura only had 100 life points left, but he wins. With his burn deck. Bakura is a very good duelist. He wins 2-0. Next up, Noah Kaiba, the heir to Kaiba Corp, against Lecter, who is one of the big 5 shareholders of Kaiba Corp. Lecter has a Jinzo control deck. Okay, I will hydrate Sora. Hydrate you with food. You know what? Yeah, I'm in. Yes, please. So Noah has a creation deck, which is based around, the stages of creation. Mythology and stuff like that. Chiron the Mage. His big monster Shinado, which he summons with Shinado's Arc, which is right here. Speaking of chain energy decks, he gets Shinado out, which is huge. His most powerful card. And one of the most powerful cards in the tournament. Gravity Bind, however, you can't get over that. He has Banisher of the Light, which doesn't really do anything. I don't know why you summoned it in attack mode. I guess because of Gravity Bind. Still, I would not have done that. That's better. And he needs something to kill Shinado so we can start going in. That works. That absolutely works. This one. You can discard one spell, then target one spell trap your opponent controls. Destroy that target. Oh, yes, please. Yes. Yes. I would love that, Sora. Yes. I also did make those, Those decks I was talking about, I did make them. It more depends on your energy at the time. Oh, I always have energy for Yu-Gi-Oh! That's how the hyperfixation works. Don't worry. Especially when I don't have work today. That also helps. And he gets rid of Gravity Bind again. I would have kept drafting last night if I was told that. Oh, hell yeah. Yes, because I'm hyper fixated on Yu-Gi-Oh right now, I kind of have energy for it forever. So now you know. You can use that. Absolutely. That's how my autism works. Getting rid of those prevent rats is very good. It gets 500 burn every time he does it as well. A lot of very defensive cards for Lecter, but Noah counters them pretty well. He gets rid of that unknown card. It's Dragon Capture Jar, which would have done nothing. So good waste of that by Lecter. Unhappy Maiden ends the battle phase, which doesn't, that would have happened anyway, so whatever. And it looks like Noah's got this one. He will destroy that. It's another Dragon Capture Jar. Better be safe than sorry. And Shinado gets the kill. Yeah, Noah has a bunch of cards that don't exist yet. Because of Pegasus. And because Gozaburo heavily favors him. So as a result, Gozaburo and Noah both have a ton of cards that don't exist yet. Just abusing the system completely. Starts with the Toll. Noah also has Ultimate Offering, which to this point only Yugi had that card because it's one of the strongest cards in existence. So that's a pretty good one. He has Senju to help get out his Shinado. He has Giant Rex for the dinosaur era. He has Dark Witch to represent the pagans. He has a lot going on in his deck. It's a very interesting one. Raimi does 300. Gets rid of the Paralyzing Potion. Very good. And searches out Shinado. Ultimate Offering to get out Dark Witch. And Negate Attack negates it. And Lecter's in trouble. He's never got out his Jinzo. He's refusing to summon Giant Rex because he knows it doesn't do anything at this point. He would... Oh, never mind. Oh, never mind. He's summoning both of them. Horn of Light, discard to get rid of the Toll. Very good. That's a Prevent Rat. You can't beat over that. You need to get something stronger. You can get Shinado. That'll do it. Jinzo! Now you can't use your Ultimate Offering. And one of your Giant Rexes is gone. That's a really bad draw. And Lecter is now in control. Both Giant Rexes are gone. This Gravekeeper's Servant is to mill your deck. Gets rid of that to get rid of Gravity Bind. Gravity Bind doesn't even do anything because Jinzo's on the field. But, I guess good preemptive measure. Dark Witch is now gone. Jinzo slowly but surely taking out all of Noah's options. Unhappy Maiden, good card to get rid of, but Lecter is still very much in control. And with that, Noah has nothing. Shinato's Arc, but he doesn't have the stars. If he can draw another copy of Shinato or something, he's good. Never mind. Two Jinzos, that's impossible to beat. Lecter wins game 2. What does your heart say, Sora? What do you follow your heart? Heart of the cards. Chocolate versus fruity? Um, like gummy. Okay. My heart says chocolate, personally. That's my important take. He actually drew Gradius with Gradius's option for once. Before he only had Gradius's option in his hands and it would just do nothing. Lecter getting a lot of back row. Chiron counters that back row pretty well, though. Yeah, see? Gravity Bind would have been huge right now, but it's gone. What did you get rid of with that? Shinato's Arc? 2 Shinato's Arc copies? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Not being able to get Shinato is pretty brutal. You do kind of need that. What does this card do? Gradius. It's just a Gradius buff. It's not even great. Wow, this card's so bad. The Gradius cards are so bad. Why does no one need these? Why? Why get rid of Dark Hole for that? I get the Dark... And then, oh, there's a Shinato card gone. They only sell big chocolate bars, so I'm getting a 4x Twix bar. I support this. This is good. And he gets off Jinzo. It's not looking good for Noah's chances. New cards do not equal better. Now, granted, Jinzo is also a newer card. An unreleased card, so... Hey, you're like the littlest person in the world. That... I don't think that's ever happening. Now, he could get lucky and get 2 more Shinato cards, but it's unlikely. Why would you destroy Gradius option first before Gradius? You still dream. Okay, so why don't you summon that? Summon it. Ooh. Oh no, he's going for prevent rat beat down. This does more burn to you than it does to him. With that, Noah has been eliminated. Yeah, that'd be good. Sorry, good idea. Alright, Lecter wins 2-1. Next duel is Joey Wheeler versus Roland. Now, Roland's deck is centered around the idea of only having one copy of each card. which is another very interesting deck. I feel like with Roland and Faguda, it was just like Kaiba wanting to try weird fucked up concepts for decks on them and being like, yeah, this is what your deck is gonna be. Joey. Roland. Joey still has his Flame Swordsman and Thousand Dragon. Actually, did he have Thousand Dragon before? I don't know. He has Thousand Dragon. He just used Heavy Storm on Call of the Grave. That's crazy. Summons Paradragon with Monster Reborn to get out his stupid guy. Banisher of the Light. Mirror Force gets rid of both. Should have saved your Monster Reborn, huh? And Monster Reborn. Good thing you used Heavy Storm on that. Gets out Paradragon. Paradragon does not look out of place in Joey's deck. I know it's a Pegasus card, but it looks right at home next to Baby Dragon. I summon my Parrot Dragon. Dark Zebra goes down. This is his ace monster, Kododama, which destroys monsters with the same name as each other on the field, which is why his deck is entirely monsters with different names. However, Joey wins duel 1. He has Beast King of the Swamp. If he wanted to summon Flame Swordsman, he could have, but I guess that would have been a bad play because Soul Exchange exists. No! Yeah, Polly. To get out the Thousand Dragon. A lot of those fusion substitutions are new cards in people's decks. He gets rid of Paradragon. He only has one copy of Paradragon. It keeps showing up just by random. Oh, you know what? He has Garuzis. That's a new card for him. He didn't have Garuzis before. He Monster Reborn's Paradragon again. This seems familiar. It's Spear Cretin. Which was just the downside, really. Lets him get Garuzis out in the field. And I would be scared. I don't think Roland has a chance. Yeah, Battle Ox, that'll seal your fate. Cockroach Knight goes back to the top of your deck. And Thousand Dragon with the kill. Joey moves on to round 2. 2 and out. Now, Sister Serenity She still doesn't have the money for her eye operation. Um, but she is healthy enough to go out and help Yugi and friends in the Death Tea. There is no cash prize for this tournament, so, you know, she's not really gonna get anything after this. Hobson is the fourth and final game master. He's Gozaburo's butler as well. He is who taught Kaiba everything he knows about games. That's why Kaiba is so good at games, or so he claims. We haven't exactly seen evidence of that. Um, be right back. One sec. Hello, chat. Serenity versus Hobson. I believe Hobson has he has like Hercules Beetle and then the fusion that goes. No, that's someone else. That's someone else who didn't get to use that at all. He does have Flying Kamakiri. Why couldn't I think of that? So you have Warrior of Tradition, which is Sonic Maid and Beautiful Headhuntress is your new monster, and here's your Beautiful Headhuntress, which is another new monster. You also have Queen of Autumn Leaves as a new one. It's a tribute monster. Serenity updates her deck a lot because new cards keep coming out that she's like, it's pretty, that's cute, I want that in my deck. And she does pretty well for herself. Right, he has a Winged Beast Dragon deck. So it's a wind deck in general. But he has like Tyhone #2 is one of his tribute monsters, and Peacock, of course, is another one of his tribute monsters. Similar to Kaiba, but like the other end of it. Kaiba has dragons, he has winged beasts. Now this one is a dragon, which is why Rising Air Current doesn't work on it, but Rising Air Current works on everything else. Or not because it's a dragon, but because it's a fire, not wind. That's what I should say. Rising Air Current goes away, which allows Empress Judge to beat anything on the field. Pretty good. She never gets Empress Judge out. Oh no, never mind, it's gone. Hobson is a tough opponent, to be honest. He had all those great monsters out. He buffed him real hard, and he got rid of him when he needed to. He knows what he's doing. They're both just top decking until they can get some monsters. And Sonic Maid is good enough. Hobson needs to get something now to beat that. Soul Exchange would be pretty good here. Oh! See, I know this guy. I know Hobson. Where do you think Kaiba gets it from? Soul Exchange, man. Bladefly and Tyhone #2. Bladefly buffs wind monsters, so, unlucky that Tyhone #2 was the one you got, but Still works out. Unhappy Maiden will save you a turn. Now, Spirit of the Books is more like it. 1900 attack, that's great. Waboku saves you another turn, so you have now 2 turns safe. You can Queen of Autumn Leaves, which I know you will, to take out Bladefly. Mirror Force, however, does not let you get it off. Serenity might be eliminated in round 1. Wow. And there's Tyhone number 1, which is a wind monster. And Spirit of the Books with the kill. That's a tough one. Hobson, I mean, to be able to train Mokuba and Seto as children, you clearly have to be pretty good to get them to the level they are. Granted, they both lost round 1. Goddess with the third eye will help her get out her fusions. If she can draw Polly. Ooh, Soul Exchange immediately on Spirit of the Harp is really bad. Really bad for her. However, the Nuzzler will probably beat over whatever this is. Maybe Tyhone. Peacock. Nuzzler beats over Peacock. Very good monster to get out of the way. She has 3 Goddess with the third eyes. Which, again, is very useful if she can ever get out. If she can ever get a Poly card. And Hobson is reeling. He doesn't have anything right now. Pot of Greed is huge. Gets her Empress Judge parts. A lot of fusion material on Serenity's side of the board, but no Poly. Flying Kamakiri to self-destruct to get out... What is this? Takuhi. And take out Goddess with the third eye. Spirit of the Harp will not be played because she wants to win this turn. And Serenity proving herself. That's duel 2 in Serenity's favor. Could go either way. I think I'd bet on Hobson. Personally, I definitely bet on Hobson. That's a really bad hand. That's a really bad hand. Now, granted, if you get a monster, the Nuzzler can basically make the whole duel in your favor, like it did last time, or not. If he has enough support, like an equip like that. Now it depends what you draw. Waboku will save you a turn. But you're probably going to wait to be able to summon Queen of Autumn Leaves with Waboku, which is fair. But you have to do it quickly, because your life points are extremely low. You have to get a monster now. It's another Waboku. Okay, getting rid of the fan, I get it. It's not the best use of MST, but it does save you a turn if he doesn't get another monster. He does. It's Peacock with another fan. You need to Waboku. You're not going to do it, are you? Hobson wins! 2-1 against Serenity. I don't know why they feel the need to only be able to use Waboku when they have monsters. Doesn't really make sense. So, of Yugi's friend group, Miho's friend group, the only one to not progress was Serenity, which is not a good sign for Joey, because he's going up against Hobson next. Seto is already out, but Yami, Seto, and the dual computer are still in. And now that we're on to round 2 of the tournament, we have Miho versus Dual Computer, one that I've hyped up a bit because I think that's kind of a crazy one. This is the one that Kaiba has run simulations on. In his simulations, the Dual Computer wins. Will that translate into an actual duel? We will find out. Hi, Matt. What's up? I remember you. Why is that? That's a little bit of a waste of a dark hole. Oh, shit. He got his ritual out, which summons a Blue Eyes immediately. Oh no. Well, I mean, it's an accident. Nothing you could do about that, you know? It happens. See, this is why I said this would be a very bad matchup for me, huh? Ooh, Soul Exchange could save her if she manages to keep a monster out for a turn or draws a second one. I don't know if either of those will happen. She has one turn. Heart of the cards. Mirror Force! Talk about heart of the cards! Jesus! It works. D-Spell does not get rid of Mirror Force. It does tell you, but you're a bot, so you're not going to use that information. She has 300 life points. She has to be very careful. She does have tribute material for Dark Magician now. I think she'll Soul Exchange for it. Yep. That better be a really good face down. That better be Mirror Force. Oh, and she's taking Blue Eyes. That better be Mirror Force. Now, Dual Computer has one turn. Does Dual Computer have Heart of the Cards powers? He might with that face down. If that's Mirror Force. Dark Elf can't even attack, it's just there for show. That is Mirror Force. Oh my god. Okay. They both have Heart of the Cards powers. It's official. And they both got nothing. Another mystical elf. That will be tribute material. Never mind. Wait. No, because that doesn't... Oh, because it's exactly 2000. It does get destroyed by Acid Trap Hole. Brutal. Maiden in the Moonlight is good. That's enough to win the duel. Miho wins. Okay. Very close. I told you that was a rough one for both of them. But despite Kaiba's simulations, Miho wins the duel. At least round 1. Granted, it was usually simulated in a best-of-3 match. And Dual Computer is able to consistently win the match. With this deck, Dark Elf beats over Lajin. Miho hasn't even changed her deck much, considering how successful it's been. Heavy Storm gets rid of Yami and Waboku. What did you have? Oh, Acid Trap. Well, that makes sense. Ooh, Battle Ox. That's a rough one to lose. Dual Computer is struggling. You need it to draw something this turn or you lose the duel. Monster Reborn will help you. But nothing in the graveyard can beat over Dark Elf or Lajin. Dark Magician, you can use that with Last Will or not. That's fine. Now the Dual Computer really has one turn. That could be Mirror Force. We know you have it. It doesn't matter. MST takes it away. That is one. Oh my god, it was Mirror Force. That's one thing Miho had to do her deck was Mystical Space Typhoon. That card just came out. And Dark Magician gets the kill. She 2-0'd the Dual Computer. The Dual Computer fought back, but she 2-0'd. Which is why she's the best. Next up, Taya versus Yugi. My money is on Taya. Another one of Yugi's friend group will be knocked out this duel, but that's because they have to be. Because they both did so well in their first round. Taya and Yugi both have very good decks, but I definitely would bet on Taya. She does not get any of her super good cards yet, but she can hold the field with Spirit of the Harp. Yugi gets one of his new cards for Saga the Destroyer, which helps him get out his fusion better. Ooh, that is a waste. That is a waste of a Magic Jammer. Why would you do that? That is not how you Magic Jammer. And you got rid of Soul Exchange for that? Ooh, Yugi, you were going to pay for that. That's not good. Komori Dragon beats over, but Waboku saves it. And we know she has something in her hand that can beat over it with Hoshiningen, which she will summon. Which also nerfs Komori Dragon. I didn't even think of that. Taya counters Yugi pretty well because of that. Ooh, Dark Hole. It's kind of bad that you had to use Dark Hole on Shining Friendship, but... Karibo with Horn of the Unicorn. Really? That's your play? Karibo? Oh my god, and she is just a strictly better play too. Oh no. 1100. Karibo's supposed to prevent damage, and now she knows he won't be able to do anything on his next turn. Bro thinks 1,000 power is enough. Yeah, man. Karibo, come on. That's not how you use Karibo. That's not what that's for, Yugi. Oh, and the Nuzzler. Hugely buffed up buffing card, which is very good in my opinion. I like that strategy of buffing up your buff card to make it so it's harder to destroy. Yugi does get something. It is, however, nerfed by Hoshiningen. It's able to get down Spirit of the Harp, but if Taya draws a monster, he's done for. Gravity Field could go hard here? No. There actually is somebody in the tournament with that card in his deck. Gravity Bind, I think you mean? Mahavelo, she gets her boss monster, but she's gonna win with Shenengun. Yeah, Hoshinengun. Alright, Teo wins game one. That's a really bad hand for Taya. It's all spells, equips, no monsters. She needs to draw Mahavelo or some other monster very quickly. Heavy Storm! That's awful! It gets rid of her cards. All she has is spells and traps, and they're gone. Black Pendant will do a little burn, but that's not enough to matter. Why didn't you attack with Blackland Fire Dragon? Oh, because of Waboku. That makes sense. Okay, using Dispel, that's Mirror Force. Uh-oh. Dispel on the other one, that's Waboku. Okay. But you're getting Mirror Force out of the way, aren't you? Oh no, Waboku. Okay. That makes sense. You're buffing. That's why you didn't use Mirror Force. Uh-oh. Taya's in trouble. What will she get with Shining Angel? Probably another Shining Angel. Yep. Which I assume she'll equip the Nuzzler to. Oh wait, Horn of the Unicorn. Sorry. She has Horn of the Unicorn. But okay, she's getting Mirror Force. So it doesn't matter. That did get rid of Yugi's Mirror Force, and Taya has her own copy of Mirror Force. So if she draws that, she'll be okay. Ooh, right. Black Pendant. I knew that. I don't know why you would do that. Oh wait, never mind. It was I keep getting these confused because there's the equip cards that go back to the top of your deck. Okay, well whatever. Yugi wins game two. Okay, she did start out with Mahavelo, but no equips this time. So to summon that is kind of risky. Okay, it doesn't get beat over. She's very lucky. She should. I assume she's gonna check that spell with Dispel or Trap. Ooh, MST. That's a great hit. Very good hit for her. Versago gets beat easily. And Taya's in the lead. If she draws a equip card, she might be unbeatable. Pot of Greed. That lets her draw two cards. Elf's Light, there's her equip. 2950. That's tough to beat. You need some sort of removal for it. Blackland Fire Dragon is only enough to destroy your buffing card. It is. Oh, okay. Speaking of destroying buffing cards, that helps. I think you still lost. Yeah. Okay, never mind. You have a turn. She summoned Seiryu! Imagine if they made Invisible Eyes Invisible Dragon and it was a 0/0. Why? What is the point of that? Why summon that in attack mode? If you were gonna do that, do it before. So you could have actually attacked with it. Oh! He got Gaia! He got Gaia the Dragon Champion! That's his boss monster! It beats her boss monster, Seiryu! I wouldn't have destroyed that one. If she draws an equip, she beats you. She does not draw an equip. Okay, you're okay. If she had a Magician of Faith out, she could have. She could have cheated one to her deck. Okay, Seiryu is down. Teia's in trouble. She needs Mahavela with a ton of equips. Okay, Waboku can get her Seiryu. She's actually got this. So Waboku plus Magician of Faith. She can summon Seiryu and take a spell card from her graveyard and equip it to Seiryu. And she just drew Horn of the Unicorn. Why'd she take D-Spell? Because she already had Horn, I guess, is why. She wants to destroy back row. Ultimate Offering does nothing right now, honestly. As broken as that card is. And Gaia the Dragon Champion, his boss monster is down at her boss monster. They've traded. Dark Hole gets rid of Seiryu, and she has to draw the Horn of the Unicorn next turn. Meaning she will have a turn of being completely exposed. Doesn't look like he has any monsters, though, but he does have 3 turns of Swords of Revealing Light to save him. She draws Horn of the Unicorn. We knew that was going to happen. If she could draw Mahavelo here, that would be huge. D-Spell. I don't know if she still has a copy of that, but to get rid of swords, that would be huge. Shining Angel is something. I wouldn't have given that horn, but I guess you want to be safe. Spirit of the Harp is good defense. Alright, Yugi, what do you got? What do you got to take out her board? D-Spell gets rid of Horn of the Unicorn. Now she has to draw it again. That's huge. But he doesn't have any monsters. Does he have Mirror Force? No, he does not. Taya wins 2-1. Cold Feet? Sora. Of course I can make a Cold Feet deck. What do you think? What do you take me for? Some kind of beginner? Some kind of noob? Of course I can make a Cold Feet deck. Is it actually good? Um, so Cold Feet is annoying. But it can be good. I would say. Um, so hold on. Search up Cold Wave. That's the card. Cold Feet is like bad Cold Wave. Yeah. See, that's what I thought you were talking about. And then I Googled it and was like, wait, this is a different card. I don't know. Cold Feet's just kind of bad. I can't think of a scenario in which it's good. Maybe you could like find a way to get your opponent to use it somehow. That's what I would do if I was building a Cold Feet deck, is I would try to find a way to give that effect to my opponent. Even then it's not great, but still. But yeah, I was thinking of Cold Wave when you said that. Okay. Taya beats Yugi 2-1, taking out another one of Miho's friend groups. Yugi will not be the one to save Solomon. But that does mean we get the Miho Taya rematch with Taya's buffed deck. Next up is Chopman versus Gansley. Now, after we had two Yugi side people, now we have two Kaibacorp people. Because this side was only Kaibacorp people, this section. Chopped Man versus Gansley. The literal serial killer versus one of the big five. Now Gansley has Gravity Bind. So Sora's a big fan, I assume, of Gansley. Or actually, no, he doesn't have Gravity Bind. I'm sorry. He has the other stupid one. Gravity Bind is the one the other guy has. The Jinzo guy has Gravity Bind. This guy has the other card that's like Gravity Bind, but not. You know, the one. I did not expect Chopman to win this duel, so this is an interesting duel to say the least. Starboy with Umi buff. That's going to get tribute to the Doomed, isn't it? Oh, never mind. You have Axe of Despair. Axe of Despair is a crazy... Oh, wait, you did... Wait, what? You just wasted Axe of Despair like that? Oh my god, why? Are you stupid? And Premature Burial brings back Starboy. And you skip your next draw phase with 2 bricks in your hand. That's really bad. Oh no. Tributed for Deep Sea Warrior, the boss. Now you at least get a draw. Will it be useful? Mystic Clown, that is useful. That takes out Starboy. No, it doesn't. You don't need a draw phase. Chopman has 1 turn. Snake Eyes will not do it. Gansley wins duel 1. I wasn't expecting Gansley to do this well either, to be honest. The Deep Sea Warrior deck I didn't think was going to take it all the way. Where your main combo pieces are Deep Sea Warrior, Starboy, and Uguchi. And like, what's the other one? Umi and Messenger of Peace. That's the one. That's Gravity Bind, but spell card. Actually, level limit area beats Gravity Bind, but spell card. But I didn't give anyone that. Ooh. Trotman drew a handful of bricks. If he draws any monster, it's insanely buffed, but right now it's a handful of bricks, and Taguchi takes advantage. Mystic Clown takes advantage of the bricks that are now weapons. And Mystic Clown has 4,000 attack, 3,900 attack. That is the strongest Mystic Clown in the history of Duel Monsters. And Mystic Plasma Zone buffs it over 4,000 to 4,400. Oh my god. If that gets removed, you're screwed. But for now, that's incredible. All that to skip a draw phase? Really? You'll take so much damage. You know that, right? He needs to draw Messenger of Peace. That's the only card he can draw right now to save him. That I can think of, at least. Ooh. Ooh, Corroding Shark. That's bad because that can take. Oh! No, no, but that goes in attack position. Chopman wins! Duel 2. Okay, on to Duel 3. Sending his boss monster back in his deck. Buffing Witch of the Black Forest like crazy. And oh no. That's really bad. Your next 3 turns are gonna have no draw and then 2 swords. Actually, you skip your next round phase, not your opponents. Your next 2 cards are gonna be swords. You don't get a skip. Like I thought for a second. This Chopman gets the or Gansley gets the skip. Chopman doesn't get a skip. So he's gonna buff his armored zombie with a sword. Oh wait, the draw phase is skipped. Okay, okay. I wasn't crazy. You did skip your draw phase. Yes, because of the other card. Okay, okay, okay. I'm not stupid. I promise. Messenger of Peace! That's the card. That's his big combo card. However, Corroding Shark can still attack, but for some reason he's not. Umi buffs water monsters. However, Corroding Shark is not a water monster. Corroding Shark is a zombie, not a fish, as we all know. Shotman has the better board, but Gansley has the control right now. Corroding Shark has to do all the work, but he's scared, I guess. I would be using that Corroding Shark personally. Discarding Darkness Approaches. And Mother Grizzly takes out Corroding Shark. Uh-oh. Snake Eyes, which is not very good. Starboy makes Mother Grizzly too strong to attack, but Starboy can attack now if, anything had low enough attack points for that to matter. He destroys it. Oh my god, he destroyed it so that he could attack. Wow, I'm proud. Good on him. He destroyed Messenger of Peace. But they're now at the same attack. And yep, after Starboy's gone, you are at disadvantage. Now you need something with that Starboy debuff to be higher. This does not go higher. It goes higher than the clown, but not the armored zombie. You're in danger. Gansley has to draw level limit or Messenger of Peace to survive. Deep Sea Warrior doesn't beat over. And that's a win for Chopman. Never mind. Chopman gets a turn. Or Gansley gets a turn. I'm really good at telling who these characters are, guys. Draw phase is skipped. Yeah. Yeah. Not a great turn. Okay. Chopman wins 2-1. The serial killer is great at card games. Chopman sweep, absolutely. Hell yeah. I almost gave him 21 points. Alright, next up is Duke Devlin versus Johnson, one of the main characters versus one of the big five. Is this the last big five left, or is there another one? Hold on, let me check. There's Lecter as well. So there are two big five left. This is one of them. Unless Duke can beat him. Oh, I did that wrong. Johnson has his Judge Man deck. Duke Devlin has his zombie deck. Dokuro Rider versus Judge Man. Now, in theory, Judge Man's more powerful, but Dokuro Rider has a lot of buffing cards. You got the spell. You just need the card itself for Dokuro Rider. Battleox is good, but your buffing doesn't really help it. Judge Man is all about getting the fusions out. I believe Johnson is a lawyer, and that's why his ace is Judge Man. He also has Empress Judge. Big Judge fan over here. Graceful Dice to add 900 extra damage total. Or I guess 600. Fusion! He gets a fusion! It's Empress Judge, which is good enough to beat Battleox. He tributes Empress Judge for Judge Man! That's kind of a crazy play, but it works. Gives you the extra 100 attack. Shadow Ghoul is not strong enough to beat Judge Man right now. You would need a bunch more monsters in the grave. So right now, that's Duke's strategy that he needs to do, is put a bunch of monsters in the grave to get Shadow Ghoul to the point where it can beat... Ooh, never mind, he has Dokuro Rider, that's interesting. Dokuro Rider can't beat Judge Man either, but if he can get it off and get some sort of buff, he could beat it. Painful Choice is really good. Gets him Hysteric Fairy, that seems to be what he always does with it. And now, Duke's grave is filling up. He has 4 in there. This would be at 2,000. It's still not strong enough. Ooh! He figured it out. If you use Dokuro Rider, that's 1,900. Then you tribute, that gets up to 2,200. Yes. So, if Judge Man destroys Dokuro Rider, Shadow Ghoul gets powered to be stronger than Judge Man. So he knows that, so he's not doing it. But Duke might crash with Dragon Zombie, I assume. Is he going to? He is not. He crashes with Shadow Ghoul? Why didn't you crash with Dokuro Rider to make Shadow Ghoul stronger? Whatever. Duke still might win this. But that was a bit of a misplay. He was being so smart with Shadow Ghoul earlier. Okay, why would you have chosen Mystical Elf out of those cards? Why? Why would you want him to have something... Oh... Duke's making a lot of misplays here. He's clearly the better duelist, but he's making a bunch of misplays. Judge Man comes out, takes out Dokuro Rider, and that's why you should have sacked Dokuro Rider earlier. It's for the content. Right. It's for the content. Duke Devlin loves content. If he can draw another Shadow Ghoul, he can win. But that's one of the only cards that can save him right now. What do you got, Duke? Heart of the cards. Heart of the cards. Tribute to the Doomed. That can save you in the future. That can save you next turn. So that's good. Dragon Zombie's done for now. Another painful choice? Your deck's almost cleaned out, dude. You're gonna run out of cards. Oh, he's fusing! Dragoness the Wicked Knight! It's a really bad fusion, but it's a fusion. So it's cool. He only has 4 cards left. Tribute to the Doomed to get rid of Judge Man. That's huge. Oh no. Oh, this is a close one. This dude's plan all along. Oh no. Duke Devlin! Heart of the cards! Heart of the cards! Duke Devlin, please! Heart of the cards! Skull Dice. That could technically save you a turn if you're lucky. I think. Oh god, another you have to roll like a 6. What do you got? 2. That's not gonna save you. Not even close. Dragoness with the kill. He does not run out of cards. With 3 cards in his deck, he wins the duel. Johnson wins game 1. Duke should have won that, but he misplayed his Shadow Ghoul. Yeah. Duke has... Oh, Raigeki. He has Shadow Ghoul, but Shadow Ghoul turn 1 is not when you want it. He uses Painful Choice to get his Hysteric Fairy, as usual. He draws nothing, so he's gonna Raigeki. Yep, that's a bit of a waste of Raigeki. But, you know, 1800 is pretty tough. It's good to get out of the way. All 3 copies of Hysteric Fairy. Another Painful Choice. Gets you Hibikime. Dokuro Rider cannot be summoned. Duke Devlin is getting bad draws. He might lose this one. Judge Man is on the field. You need to draw the Dokuro Rider spell. Armor Zombie works. Why'd you summon it in defense mode? No. That's not how to beat Judge Man. Why? You have cards that could beat it. Duke Devlin is misplaying like crazy. You have cards that could beat that. Oh my god, and he drew an equip for it. Oh no. Duke Devlin loses because of skill issues exclusively. He has the better deck. And now you use Skull Dice? Duke Devlin has the better deck, but he lost. He's off his game today, yeah. Exactly. They weren't playing Sexy Back in the background, and that threw him off. He can only play well when they play Sexy Back. Okay. Johnson moves on. The first Big 5 member to make the quarterfinals, which means it will be Kaiba Corp versus Yugi's friend group in the semifinals, round 1. Next up, Yami Miho versus Yami Seto. This duel is fucking crazy. Yeah, he won the. That's a good concept. I actually like that a lot. Duke just does not play well without his background music, man. Yami Miho versus Yami Seto. This is one of the biggest matches. These are two of the best decks for sure, two of the best duelists in the tournament. Whoever loses today, it will be an upset for them to be out this early. The Spirit of the Millennium Puzzle against the Spirit of the Millennium Rod. Miho has Yami and Dark Elf. That's going to be tough for Seto to beat over. Seto gets nothing. He has Negate Attack. That burns Miho for 1,000 and gives him another turn to possibly Soul Exchange a Blue Eyes. Fissure works. Lajin gets Trap Hold. That's pretty bad. Pamori Dragon, however, will attack directly. Okay. Seto gets the upper hand there, but I see Miho's hand, and it's brutal. She Dark Holes. You didn't have to do that, but she Dark Holes. And she's going to Monster Reborn Lajin, I assume? Oh, no, Dark Elf, right. That makes sense. She'll Book of Secret Arts that, yep. And 2,500 to Seto's face. Seto gets rid of the equip, but that's all he can do. You wouldn't rather have gotten rid of the field spell? Battle Locks. Ooh. It's a rough one to lose. Miho is running out of life points. But that won't matter if she can kill Seto before it even comes into play. That could be a Mirror Force. That trap is very threatening, depending. She has another Dark Elf. It's a Trap Hole. Okay. That does not save him, but it saves him for a turn. She only has 2,500 attacks. She has 2 attacks from Dark Elf left. That's a trap. That could be Mirror Force. Or Seto could be done. It's Negate Attack, which is big because it does cost Dark Elf one of its last attacks. It has 1 attack left. Oh, but it looks like it's going to be able to get that attack off. Miho wins duel number 1 with 500 life points remaining. Miho and Yami Miho definitely have plot armor. I'm noticing. I'm noticing this bigly. She did draw Tribute to the Doomed. That's a good one. D-Spell will get rid of Mystical Space Typhoon. That's a good use of D-Spell. Witch of the Black Forest gets back a Dark Elf, which will beat over Komori Dragon. And now Seto's in trouble again. He draws Dark Hole. That's one way to get rid of Dark Elf. But he has nothing. And Neo is unopposed. He needs to get his ritual. Yep. Seto's screwed. She tributes the Doomed to get rid of his face down, just so she can do only damage to his life points. This is his last turn if he doesn't have something to protect him. That could be Mirror Force. I always say it. That could be Mirror Force. It could be Negate Attack, more likely. Cosmo Queen! Her boss monster! It attacks directly. She wins with Cosmo Queen. Yami Seto is out. Wow. Meaning, despite all of Seto's attempts at trying to set this event up, all three versions of his deck are out of the tournament. She is kind of goated, that's true. There's a reason she got to the semifinals of the last tournament and lost to the winner. She knows what she's doing. She's very good. Next up, Solomon Muto versus Tristan Taylor. Another one where both are on Yugi's side. Solomon, the one that Kaiba is trying to take the Blue Eyes from. Tristan, the guy who has gotten a lot better at dueling. Most improved award. Also Taya, but Taya was already at least somewhat good. Tristan sucked and now is good. Oops, oops, oops. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. Exodia versus Skull Knight. Who will win? If I had to pick, I actually don't know who I'd pick. Maybe Solomon. Solomon's deck is pretty strong. I think I'd pick him. He has improved his deck a lot since the last tournament as well, which is good because he didn't know he'd be kidnapped and forced to duel to protect his rarest card. But here we are. He gets Carbonella Warrior off, which is not a very good fusion, but it's a fusion. Which of the Black Forest lets you search an Exodia piece. You take the head. Carbonella Warrior and Ryukishin go in. Share the Pain gets rid of Sangan. Why would... Oh, because they get to choose. You get your piece, but then you take a ton of damage to the face next turn, so that's a little bit of a risky play. I would have personally gone with Giant Soldier of Stone. You have one turn left. Giant Soldier of Stone will save you, but for how long? Do not share the pain. Oh god. I didn't mean an attack mode. Solomon, I thought you were good at this game. Right, that gets rid of that, but if you would have stayed in defense mode, you could have defended against those things. Buddy. Die. No, ah. Okay, well, Tristan wins game one because Solomon made some mistakes. He could have easily stayed in the duel. But I mean, it's really showing how good Tristan has gotten. And they're both on the same side, so it's not that serious. He upstart goblins into Giant Soldier of Stone. He summons his Sangan so he can get a piece off. Soul Exchange. He'll still get the piece off that, so it's fine. Into Swamp Battle Guard. Swamp Battle Guard can't attack because of Soul Exchange's effect. So I assume you'll put Soldier of Stone finally? Yes, okay. That's when to use that. He's learning. Ancient Brain takes 1,000. It doesn't really matter because Solomon doesn't care. That's what the Upstart Goblins gave him 2,000 life points anyway. Why'd you put that in attack mode? What's wrong with you? Because you have another one? Who cares? Oh my god. Whatever. Whatever. Just get rid of it. Who cares? That's another 1,000. You gotta stop using those to attack. No, no, fuck. Yeah, it's clearly meant to be a defense card. That's what the 2000 attack is. You're the one who put this in your deck, Solomon. Dude. Why'd you attack with that? Why'd you attack with M Warrior? Obviously, that's not gonna do anything. Big Eye lets him choose what cards he gets next out of his top 5 cards. He chooses Mystic Tomato. Mystic Tomato will let him search his deck for Sangan or Witch of the Black Forest once it's defeated. Or itself, even, but I would probably go with Sangan or Witch of the Black Forest. Tomato sure is Mystic. That's what I'm saying, man. It's insanely Mystic. Ooh, Witch of the Black Forest! He's going to use the Tomato to take out M Warrior and summon Witch of the Black Forest. He's very close to Exodia. He is dangerously close to Exodia. That takes out the Tomato. He'll search for a Sangan, I assume. Yes. Share the pain to get rid of Sangan and Swamp Warrior. That's good. He will win this, I believe. If he Monster Reborn Sangan, he does? Yes, he does! He knows! He knows! He wins for sure. There's no chance to beat him now. If those monsters get destroyed, he gets the Exodia pieces. If they don't, he wins by battle damage. He wins no matter what. This is why his deck is good. This is why I picked him to win. He goes and grabs the 4th piece. And Sangan will search the 5th and final piece. He's good, man. He's good. He knows. He's dark holing for it. He's so smart. Look at this. Look at this. He's dark holing because he knows that'll get him the search effect. And he wins. We get the animation. Oh, yeah. That's awesome. I love the Exodia animation. Yeah, man. That was good. That was really good. I hope he wins the 3rd one. I really do. I'm rooting for this guy. He's got a good deck. Ancient Brain is not what you want to have out. Solomon uses Painful Choice to get a Big Eye. And oh, no! Why'd you throw away 3 Exodia pieces? Solomon! I'm gonna take Painful Choice out of your deck. You don't get to have that card anymore. Why'd you... That's not what that's for. It's to thin your deck out so you're more likely to get the Exodia pieces. The whole point of me giving you that card was so you could choose 5 cards that you don't need to thin your deck and be more likely to get Sangan, Witch of the Black Forest, and the Exodia pieces. He got rid of 3 Exodia pieces. He crashes with Sangan to get another Exodia piece, but that's the last one in his deck. The rest are in his graveyard, and he doesn't really have a way to put them back. Tristan got off his boss monster, Skull Knight. There's no beating that. Yeah, literally, how do you plan to get the rest of them? I can't think of a way to take them out of your graveyard with his deck. I don't think he does. He has to win by battle, but that's going to be tough when you have Skull Knight against you. Share the pain. Okay, that's good. That'll get out of Lava Battle Guard, at least. Why isn't Tristan attacking? Because Solomon has Swords of Revealing Light up, which will protect him for 3 turns. It's gone now. You're not stupid. It's just Swords of Revealing Light. Yep. Now Tristan will attack. And Solomon is in danger. Right, yeah. I prefer Classic Yu-Gi-Oh! Personally. Swords is a pretty common card in Classic Yu-Gi-Oh! Pretty popular one. Sangan searches Mystic Tomato. I guess that's the best you can do when you have thrown away all your Exodia pieces into the garbage can. Carbonella Warrior gets Trap Hold. Not exactly the best use of Trap Hold, but whatever. Yeah, I recommend it. I've been playing Classic Yu-Gi-Oh! With Sora lately, and she's really enjoyed it. So that makes me happy. We've been doing like draft videos, which are fun. If you ever want to do a draft video with me, hit me up. Or a draft stream, hit me up. I'm so in. MST takes out Megamorph. Hell yeah, hell yeah! Solomon needs Share the Pain to get rid of Skull Knight, but he keeps getting it at the worst times. Dog jump scare? Ad for a Google Watch? Dog jump scare? Oh, you got Mirror Force! Solomon's still in this! He got Mirror Force! Oh! I'm gonna edit Solomon's deck right now and take out Painful Choice. Because he's not using that correctly. That is not what that card is for. Hell yeah. I would love that. I love... Yeah, still stuck in ads? Oh. I'd love that. Sorry about the ads. Heart. Hey, we can get some blue eyes! That's his blue eyes! It's fine, not your fault? Yeah, I guess so. Like, maybe a little. Blue eyes! White lightning! Yes! Yeah, Solomon crushed it at the end. As soon as he got Mirror Force and wiped out Tristan's field, he was able to take it. I'm going to Solomon's deck and editing it right now because I thought Painful Choice was an extremely broken card for this deck, because it is. But he doesn't know how to use it, so I'll replace it real quick. You don't get this anymore. I will replace it with... what is fair? I think this is fair. Where is it? There it is. There we go. I replaced it with a second Trap Hole. He can have 2 copies of Trap Hole. Good on him. And I'm putting the file in my stupid folder. This is only the second time I've ever had to edit somebody's deck on the fly because they don't know how to use a card. But that's a pretty devastating one, because it completely removes the function of his entire deck when he plays it wrong. Yeah, what's up? Hey, Nerix. Dumped 3 Exodia pieces and still won? Yeah. He put it in his deck and then forgot. Why did he do that? Solomon wins 2-1 against Tristan. Solomon will go against Yami Miho next. That's a pretty rough one. Next up is Bakura versus Lecter. Lecter of the Big Five, Bakura of Yugi's friend group. Ignore that sound. If you heard that, I assume you did, because it was loud. I was really expecting the 3 Kaiba decks to do better. That's kind of crazy that they're already out. Because I did test duels, and they were really strong. They were the strongest decks in my test duels. Genuine. When I said Kaiba honed those decks to be able to beat Miho's decks in test duels, I meant it. That genuinely happened. In the test duels, Kaiba's decks all won, like, every time. It just goes to show that the real Miho has, like, protagonist powers. That's kind of crazy. Bakura gets out Toll and Chain Energy to heavily burn his opponent. Jinzo is going to do a lot of damage to him. Wall of Illusion brings Jinzo back to his hand. Plot of Greed? That lets me draw 2 cards. Cannon Soldier is another pretty good burn card. It's funny, they both have Toll in their deck. They both have these cards that, like, make it hard to be able to attack. Because Bakura's deck is based on burning the opponent's life points. Whereas Lecter's deck is based on not getting the opponent to play by using Jinzo and a bunch of spell cards that make it hard to attack. look at all these effects that happen when you attack. That's crazy. And Cannon Soldier sacrifices itself to do 500 burn. Yeah. Yeah, these two have similar decks in that way. Another Toll, meaning you'll have to pay 1,500 life points to attack and 500 life points to summon a card. He's doing the 1,500 life points and 2 cards from the top of his deck. He gets rid of Monster Reborn and Change of Heart just to get rid of Jinzo number 7. And he gets rid of Giant Germ for Cannon Soldier. 2 very annoying duelers? Yes. These are annoying decks. Absolutely true. This is now interesting. I think I don't know if how do you win this now? Because okay, you spend 1,500 on your last attack. He has enough with Cannon Soldier's burn. He wins. Oh my god, Cannon Soldier is so good. Oh, I forgot he had Black Pendant too. He won! That's how you do it. Bakura wins game 1. Oh my god, after getting rid of all of his life points, he uses Cannon Soldier to deal 1,500 burn and win the duel. Bakura knows what he's doing, man. Summons Wall of Illusion. That's a tough one for the very beginning of the game. It's going to do a ton of damage and bring Prevent Rat back to the hand. 1 Toll is up. Not sure what the other face down is. Cannon Soldier is back with a Black Pendant. That's a deadly combo because it will do 1,000 burn when you destroy yourself. You're going to destroy Wall of Illusion for 500 burn with Cannon Soldier. And Lecter's in trouble. Chain Energy? Okay. That's going to make it harder to play cards, but you have less life points than Bakura does. Bakura has another Chain Energy. He does not have enough attack to beat over that. He's playing the Chain Energy. So now, Lecter is on a timer. He can only summon 3 more cards for the entire rest of the duel. There's one of them. And that Cannon Soldier can blow up the entire board. Bakura summons Doma, his boss monster. It doesn't beat over Prevent Rat. But he destroys Doma with Cannon Soldier for 500 burn. Cannon Soldier is going to be the difference yet again. Oh no, he's lost. Cannon Soldier wins. He's going to use the effect. Oh, wait, Dark Hole? Why? Why don't you just use Cannon Soldier? Oh, wait, this will still give you the Black Pendant burn? And then... Okay. You win either way, but I would have used Cannon Soldier, personally. Bakura wins 2-0. The BM, yeah, for real. He's like, hey, I know there's this super obvious way I can win right now. I'm gonna do something completely different. Bakura wins 2-0. I'm gonna close my window. That's loud. Okay. The loud is gone. Next up, Joey Wheeler versus Hobson. Hobson, one of the few Kaiba Corp people left. But Hobson did defeat Serenity, Joey's sister. And Hobson, one of the last of Kaiba's game masters to still be in the tournament. The last of the 4 game masters. This duel could go either way. I think I'm going to put my money on Joey. It's loud here, but I'm getting classwork done. Sorry, Zora. That's good that you're getting stuff done. You're so good. So Hobson has his wind deck, so Flying Kamakiri is a great opener. Time Wizard gets rid of it. Joey has better luck powers than Ryuichi. Yeah, Time Wizard moment, man. Good job, Sora. Hobson gets his Kamakiri back. Oh! Monster Reborn on Time Wizard. Are you going to use its effect or just summon Garuzus? He's gambling. It does not pay off. You should not have gambled. Masaki with Sword and Shield will take that out, but Kamakiri stays. Shield and Sword, sorry, not Sword and Shield. Shield and Sword. Graceful Dice does work enough to crash, but a crash does not go in your favor. A crash is bad for you. It takes out Bladefly. Joey's lost game 1 because of his Time Wizard. You should have tributed for Garuzus. Okay. Joey loses duel 1 by the guy that beat his sister in the first round. What would be the fastest way to get exactly 1 life point? So Wing Dragon of Ra, if you summon it, you get rid of all your life points except for 100. Then there are cards that half your life points a lot. I would recommend using those. That's my pick. There's Wing Dragon of Ra and a bunch of halving effects. Joey's in trouble. Again. Where's his protagonist powers? I guess he doesn't get them because Miho and Taya. Taya's the best friend character now. Taya replaced Joey. And Bakura replaced Taya as the love interest. Yep. Wow. Hobson wins easily. If anyone can beat Yugi's friend group here, it's Hobson. Okay. We're down to final 8. First duel is two Miho people, Miho and Taya. Second duel is two Kaiba people. Third duel is two Miho people. Fourth duel is one Miho, one Kaiba. Miho has the slight advantage, but Hobson is going to be tough to beat. Solemn Judgment is half your life points, that's true. So is Jiraigumo. And there's a whole deck. I don't remember what it's called, but there's a whole like modern deck based on having your life points for different effects. So I would recommend a deck like that with like Winged Dragon of Ra cheating in. And yeah, run 3 copies of Solemn Judgment, or 2, depending on if you're using a ban list. Miho, our main character, versus Taya, the best friend character. Rematch. Rematch from the first tournament. Miho won, but Taya's a lot stronger now. This could go either way. Trap Hole takes out Miho's floater, or Taya's floater. Bit of an early Mirror Force, I wouldn't have done that. Last Will gets out Maiden in the Moonlight. She has another Shining Angel. She powers it up big style. And now Miho's in trouble. Yeah, that's the one. Dynamorphia. Also, hi, Hero. What's up? That is exactly the deck I was thinking of, yeah. Big style. So true, man. Yeah, because I dueled that deck once. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? The fact the end of the duel, their life points was like 25 or like 13 or something. No, it was like 8. Like it was something stupid low. Here's where all the cool people are at. Yeah, that's for true. That's actually so true. Miho gets up swords and saves her life. Big style. 3987 attack. Yeah, man. Dark hole to blow up the entire field. She's putting her Nuzzler back. She both Nuzzlers back. Why? They're top decking now. Right? Taya takes 2 turns to get a top deck. She's lucky. Taya's lucky that Miho's drawing nothing. Mystical Elf is something, at least. She's gonna use it to attack. Wow. Okay. I'll take it. And she gets Shining Angel out with her Nuzzlers. Soul Exchange for Dark Magician. Taya's in trouble. Yep. So D-Spell was not enough to save her. Dark Magician, Miho gets the kill. That's duel 1 in Miho's favor. That's what protagonist powers will do for you. Miho's the protagonist, so she wins. That's how it works. I don't make the rules. Clearly. Run it back. Taya starts with Shining Friendship. She buffs it like crazy, her usual strategy. She hasn't been getting Mahavelo, which is the card that wins her duels. She plays Yami to, debuff Shining Friendship. Stern Mystic does literally nothing and then dies. This fat cat is 3k defense and there is nothing you can do about it. No, there's nothing you can do about it. That's what I heard. You didn't hear that? There's nothing you can do about it. Please, Taya, draw something good. I want you to win this one and go to game 3. Nothing. It is invincible to your tricks. Exactly. Nothing. Why? Why summon that in attack mode? Taya, please, honey. That's a defense mode card, please. It's Look, I know you don't have any spells. You could have waited though. You could have waited on that one. Yeah, come on, man. What's your issue? Whatever. She's still winning. You can't beat the Shining Friendship beatdown. Miho has one last Heart of the Cards turn. Oh my god. That's protagonist powers. I hate it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Don't put those on top. Don't put those on the top of the deck. What is wrong with you? Taya, please. Taya, you don't want 4 turns of drawing nothing. You don't have the time. Miho beats you in those, or 3 turns. Miho beats you in those 3 turns. What is this combo? It's a combo to not be able to draw your cards you need. That's what the combo is. Our plan is to die. Alright, Miho 2-0's Taya. Taya's not ready. Look, she's doing her best. Her deck is so much better than it used to be. She still can't beat Miho. Yeah, she'll get there. Miho wins 2-0. Miho still only lost to Diesel Kane and Yami Diesel. Those are the only people that ever beat her in a single duel. She 2-0s everyone. Even when she doesn't in my simulations to test the decks. Lore accurate Taya. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, next up is Chopman versus Johnson. So Johnson is the last member of the Big Five to still be in the tournament. Chopman is a serial killer that Kaiba hired for some reason for his death carnival, which we are still at. Chopman sweep. Johnson has Judgeman. Chopman has the card with a really long name. It's a Dark Dragon. Mikazuki no Yaiba. Mikazuki no Yaiba is what Chopman has as his ace monster. What the hell does that mean, Sora? What are we talking about here? What is Eternal Rest? Destroy all monsters with equipped cards. Ooh, that would be brutal against Taya. Eternal Rest goes hard against Taya. I I really do this thing where I make these decks and then I go, "What's this card? What's this card?" Yeah, Johnson's going in hard. That's a tough one to beat. He got his Empress Judge fusion out. And he's already won. Wow. Okay. That's actually true. Aesthetics of cards are important to me. That being said, I'm running an Exodia deck, so that's not really for the aesthetic, huh? I like Fortune Ladies. Yeah, Fortune Ladies hold up against the modern decks until you get to a high enough rank where they don't really they kind of stop. The left leg, yeah, yeah, the left leg. Yes, yes. Armored Zombie with Axe of Despair and Mystic Plasma Zone and Sword of Dark Destruction. That is a 3,400 attack Armored Zombie. Chop Man Sweep! Chop Man Sweep! All the Chop Man fans in the audience, really excited for this one. Say it with me, Chop Man Sweep. Yeah, yeah! Armored Zombie, Chop Man Sweep! I love Hero Killers, yes! Screw the big five. I'm here for serial murderers. Armored Zombie, Chop Man wins, Duel 2. Yes! The crowd goes wild. They're so excited. They're yelling, Chop Man Sweep! Chop Man Sweep! Everyone in the crowd. Kaiba's like crying in the corner because he lost to Chop Man, and he's like, I hate Chop Man. He's the worst. But like, the crowd loves him. He beat Kaiba. The crowd still love him. I know it's a Kaiba Corp tournament, but the crowd loves when Kaiba loses. Chopman wins the whole 30. That would be crazy. That would go insane. Yes, Chopman. Oh shit. Tribute to the Doomed gets rid of Skelligel. You can't draw a card. And then all the Shopman fans beat up Kaiba. Yeah, that's also lore. That's new series lore for you. That does happen. God, he really lost the Chop Man. How embarrassing. And now everyone's gonna lose the Chop Man, and Chop Man's gonna win the whole tournament. Missed Plasma Zone goes hard. Really? All you have is 3 Skelengels in your hand, man? Why? Johnson's screwed. He's got nothing. He has 1 turn to Heart of the Cards this, but I don't think he can. He could do a fusion, I guess? Nope. He doesn't even have a fusion. Of all his fusion cards, he does not have one in his hand. Not against Chopman. Oh! He has Mystic Elf. That will defend. Mystic Clown cannot beat over it. He needs an equip. And there's Judge Man. We knew he had that. Johnson is back. That's his boss monster. What? Oh! Darkness approaching. Puts it in defense mode. Any of his monsters can now beat over that. Sword goes back to the top. Witch kills. Dark Assailant for the win. Chop Man sweep! Chop Man sweep! The crowd goes wild. The Big Five has officially all been defeated. Chopman defeated Kaiba and the last of the Big Five. Kaiba regrets ever hiring this guy. He was like, he's so upset with himself for thinking this was a good idea to hire a serial killer. Shotman wins 2-0. And we'll be going against Miho, our protagonist, in the semifinals. Next up, we have Yami Miho against Solomon Muto. This is the person leading the charge against Kaiba right now against the person that it's happening because of. So these ones are just winning. These two are dueling for the right to be the one to defeat Kaiba Corp, I guess. Because they are on the same side. Laptop jump scare. Ah! That's so scary. Oh no! Thank you for the subscription! Thank you! 4 months, thank you! That does get rid of the ad problem. That's so true. It was not in a row? No, it was not in a row. But it still says that. I'm aware that it's not in a row, but it says that anyway, and I'll take it. It says that no matter how long it's been. I think. Ooh, why'd you set Raigeki and then used it on Big Eye? Why? You had Rogue Doll could just beat it. What's the point of that? What's your problem? Tributing Witch of the Black Forest to get rid of Rogue Doll, uses Witch's effect to grab another Exodia piece. But he has no cards. Miho can just beat over him. Oh, and she drew Neo. That's really good. That's a really good draw for her right now. And if she ever gets in trouble, she has swords. She should Magician of Faith to get back Raigeki or Pot of Greed. That's what I would be doing. Did he ever Exodia before? He did this tournament, yes. He Exodia'd in the last match against Tristan. And it was pretty sweet. He did the animation and everything. Love it. So, Solomon is very capable of getting out Exodia. A lot of Solomon's losses are just because of misplays from him. His deck can do it. He is the one who needs to use his deck well enough to get Exodia. This duel could go either way. Ooh! He's using Sangan. Sangan will give him another piece. This is dangerous. This is very dangerous. She summons her boss monster. That's Cosmo Queen. Grab hole! Oh my god. She's gonna search with Witch of the Black Forest and I assume use Swords of Revealing Light. She searches Dark Elf as she always does. That reveals it's Witch. I think she's lost if he has Witch and Sangan out. I don't think there's a way to beat that. I think he has 3 Exodia pieces in his hand. Oh my god! Wait, but Mirror Force doesn't matter. Because he can still search the pieces. She's screwed. He's got this. He can crash with Sangan, right? Like, he has 4 pieces, right? Am I missing? Maybe he has, like, blue eyes, but I thought he had 4 pieces. I guess we'll find out right now. Yep. Yep. Can't crash with swords. Oh, you're right. You're right. Forgot about swords. You're so right. That's why he didn't crash. I knew he had 4 pieces. All right. Game 1 goes to Solomon, which is crazy. Good for him. He beat the main character, the spirit of the Millennium Puzzle in Duel 1. Let's see if he can do it again. This is a crazy hand from Miho. 2 Yamis isn't great, but Dark Hole and Mirror Force and Neo goes hard. He has a ton of back row. I know he has Mirror Force in his deck, so that's kind of scary. And there it is. Yep. Yes. Yes. Yes, he does not. Okay, that was a terrible Dark Hole. Dark Hole and Sangan gets you a piece. Which attacks directly, which is really bad for Miho. She has another witch. It gets trap hold. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know why she did that. I would not have. Oh no, and a second witch. Oh! Getting them both out at once is really good because only one of the effects can activate. That's a huge mirror force because you only get one piece that way. It gets rid of witch without getting a piece. And that's exactly what she needs to do right now. It's her turn. He's wide open. She can Dark Elf directly. Miho has a chance. It's still anyone's game. He has nothing. I think it's Miho's game. As you should, Sora. That's how things should be. Thank you. As you should. Monster Reborn to get back Sangan. Oh, that's so good. But is it too little too late? He's going to use Painful Choice. Grab a piece. Is it too little too late? Probably. No, he has it! Oh my god. He 2-0'd the main character. Oh my god. He's gonna win. The whole tournament? That'd be crazy. I hope he does. Solomon wins 2-0. And then Bakura versus Hobson. Hobson, last of the Game Masters. One of the only two people working for Kaiba Corp left. But Hobson was able to defeat Serenity and Joey, and now has to defeat Bakura. Bakura has a very good deck. He's a very strong duelist. That's going to be a tough one to beat. But Hobson clearly does very well for himself with his wind deck, his winged beast dragon deck, against Bakura's Change of Heart, Burn, Doma deck. His Chain Energy that he has, one of his new cards, Chain Energy. This is an interesting one. If it's discarded directly from your hand by an effect card controlled by your opponent, inflict 1,000 damage. That doesn't come up very much. Why are you black pendanting that thing? Okay, fine. Wall of Illusion aggressive plays. Sure. I do think Bakura's winning this. Joey and Serenity couldn't do it, but I do think Bakura's better than both of them. Maneater Bug, just desserts. Not exactly the best just desserts use, but whatever. It's burn. Burn, it's burn. Gets rid of the Kamakiri. That's actually a good use of that. Spare the Harp and Chain Energy. So now he is on a timer. Hobson can't play very many cards. There's one, there's two. And he's down to 2,600. Before his deck is full of burn cards. Sacks Maneater Bug for his boss monster, Doma. Mirror Force takes out Wall of Illusion and Doma. Black Pendant will do 500. Hobson is in trouble. Do not attack that. Oh no, that's 800 burn. Oh no. He can only summon one card for the rest of the duel now. Minar does nothing. That's a waste of a card. You should not have summoned that. It was not worth the 500 life points. Chain Energy, his last card, Tyhone, sacrificed for Tyhone number 2. That's not going to win you the duel. He gets back his boss monster, Doma. I'm not sure why you did that. Oh, because I see. Because it does 200. That makes sense. Okay. And now you only need 100 burn to win the duel. Which you have a ton of cards to do that. Princess Tsurugi will not end up doing that because you don't have the, he doesn't have any set cards. But if you draw just desserts, Cannon Soldier does it. Bakura wins. Cannon Soldier has won him, like, every duel. That card goes crazy. Alright, Cord wins duel 1. On to duel 2. Main characters versus Kaiba Corp. Chain Energy immediately is a little brutal. He does get Rising Air Current, though. That's huge. That's the card that wins him duels. However, Tyhone gets sent back to the hand. That's 150 burn plus the 500 burn it'll cost to resummon it. He sets a card. Play Spirit of the Harp in attack mode just to do 1,800 burn. Which is all I assume he sees this. Bakura Burn versus Solomon Exodia will be an interesting race. Oh, you're so right. That's awesome, actually. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Dark Hole gets rid of the Kamakiri without letting it use its floater effect. He gets out Cannon Soldier, 1,400 directly. That's pretty huge. Hobson can only play 5 more cards. Ooh! Ooh! That's a good one. Okay. You got a Peacock or Tyhone number 2 there. With Soul Exchange, but both of those cards, actually, they do beat over it because of Rising Air Current if you have Peacock. So hopefully that's Peacock. It is! Peacock beats over it. You only have 2 more cards you can summon, but Peacock is going to be hard to beat. Now, Bakura does have swords, which buys him time, and he has a good enough deck that he can burn you out during those 3 turns. If he draws just desserts, you're screwed. Yeah, you're playing another card. You can only play 1 more card, and if he has just desserts, he wins the duel. He plays Spirit of the Harp, which could do 300 burn if Tyhone attacks it. And he plays his last card. Wait, why? Oh, because he didn't have the life points to follow through on it. And he plays Toll? No, he plays Doma with a black pendant for the win. Bakura wins 2-0 against Hobson. After Hobson defeated both Joey and Serenity, Bakura takes him down. Meaning the only person on Kaiba Corp's side left is Chopman. Which is, that's a great sign for them. Final 4, Miho, Chopman, Solomon, and Bakura. Miho better beat Chopman, to be honest. Like, Chopman's funny. I like the bit where Chopman beats Kaiba and then, like, just keeps winning. And Kaiba's really pissed about it. That's a good bit. But also, like, if he beats the main character, then what are we doing here? He has to become, like, a major villain if he does that. Like, and I don't know if I want to make Chopman a major villain. I don't know how I feel about that. Because this is all decided based on, like, how everyone does, what everything happens. If Chopman wins this tournament, or even just beats Miho, I that's unprecedented. Can you add Wooly as a twist character who shows up last second? No, I cannot, Sora. I am actually sorry, I cannot do that. No. That will not be happening. I'm sorry to break it to you. 1984. Great year. So true. I'm always saying this. And Chopman is in trouble. Thank God. Literally every single character I've added is either from the series or something that makes sense in the series. Why don't they press the draw button to draw more cards? That's a crazy thing to say. What does that even mean? What does that mean? And Miho crushes him. Wow, that makes it very embarrassing that this is the guy who beats Kaiba. Like it says turn 9 draw. Because that's the draw phase. It's telling you that it's the draw phase where you draw cards. Ah, this is what I have to deal with. You're just Nerix too. Pressing it more to draw more cards like the frozen yogurt dispensers. What does that mean? Oh my god, he buffed it like crazy and it's just gonna get Dark Hold. Kaiba, how'd you lose to this guy? His 3000 attack Blue Eyes Mystic Clown gets Dark Hold and he's useless. Have you ever had frozen yogurt? Yes. Yes, I have. What about it? Please answer carefully. He was here earlier if he's not now. He was here at some point. Dark Magician! For the kill! Miho! 2-0's Chop Man. And it's not even close. How did Chop Man make it this far? Kaiba Corp has officially been defeated. Solomon gets to keep his blue eyes. Dude, Rowley is not in this. Why would Rowley be here? You're gonna have to wait a while for Rally. Sorry to break it to you. Alright, Solomon versus Bakura. No, because that's Yami Bakura's deck. Rally has a turbo deck. Which does not exist at this point in time. What if Rally stole it? That he would not. Do you see this guy's hand? Do you see this guy's hand? Are we being serious here? Oh my god. Yeah, Bakura is cooked. That's true. Okay, that destroying the tomato helps a lot, actually. He just wins if he draws Sangan, which is a Black Force, or another Exodia piece. If he was able to tribute that with Change of Heart, that would be huge. But he doesn't have it. He has Witch. He wins. That's really the card mid you're buffing? What if he chose the wrong Exodia piece? There's not a wrong Exodia piece. What does that mean? That doesn't exist. He doesn't have duplicates in his deck. He has one of each piece. And there it is. Solomon wins. That's scary. What if you got discarded? Yeah, then it's gone. You're right. Absolutely true. And there are decks in this tournament that can do that. That's really bad for Solomon. He takes a bunch of burn, and that gets sent back to his hand. He uses Dark Hole, kind of aggressive. I would not have set that personally. Bakura sets a card. Now, those Upstart Goblins are really rough right now because they cost 500 to use and give your opponent 1,000 life points. In a duel where life points start to become pretty important, losing Mystic Tomato not to battle is really rough for him. That loses him out on an Exodia piece. And Solomon's on the back foot on this one. He only has 6 cards left that he can play. Assuming he doesn't get burned some other way, but there's 1,000 more burn. And a tribute into Doma, that gets trap hold. Solomon can only play 4 more cards. He has to make them count. I don't think he's winning this. Change of Heart takes the guy. Oh! Oh, and you're gonna Cannon Soldier it! Oh, you just won. Bakura wins game 2. With a strong performance. And gets rid of his monster to burn him for 500. Wow. Sad outcome? Well, you know, it means we get to go to game 3. That's pretty cool. He started with 2 pieces and a tomato. The tomato could do great work for him. Change of Heart takes the tomato. Are you going to... Oh, you're going to sack it with Cannon Soldier. Never mind, the tomato does not do good work for him. It's gone. And he plays Soul and Chain Energy. Solomon, I think, has lost to this one. Darkhold to get out Cannon Soldier. I get it. Cannon Soldier does crazy burn. And you can't take 1,400 again. Giant Germ! That's a really bad card to be up against. And that's not a good draw. That's another piece, but I doubt you'll get the next 2 in time. There's Doma, 1,600 to the face. And you have 1 turn. You need Pot of Greed into 2 pieces at this point. Oh, that'll do it. That'll save you for a little bit. You have 2 more cards you can play. But that buys you 3 turns. Unless he gets like a Cannon Soldier or just Desserts. Or a Princess of Tsukiyomi, or Princess of Tsurugi. Princess of Tsurugi? Is that what that card is? Maybe? Princess of Tsurugi will win Bakura the duel. Just Desserts. There you go. Bakura wins 2-1. That's crazy. GG, yeah. I like that though. Solomon was good. He did very well this tournament. I liked his deck. That was good stuff. Next up is Miho versus Bakura. This is the main character against her love interest. You watch too much Naruto? Look, I haven't watched Naruto. Okay, it's been a while, okay? It's been a while since I watched Naruto. I don't even think that's where I hear Tsukiyomi lately. I hear that from something else, I swear. I hear that's a Yu-Gi-Oh card. There's a Yu-Gi-Oh card called Tsukiyomi. That's what it, yeah. I'm not crazy. It's a different card. Princess of Tsurugi versus Tsukiyomi, different card. But it is a card. But yeah, man. Yeah. I haven't watched Naruto since I was in like middle school, to be honest. It's been a while. I haven't really came back to that phase ever. Like I come back to most of my like phases on and off throughout my life. Naruto, not really. I don't really come back to that one much. All right, main character versus love interest. Final two of the tournament. Will Miho win a second tournament, or will Bakura win his first? Miho has officially been in the finals of every tournament, by the way. This is why she's the main character. Which is kind of crazy. Because I do simulation duels to make sure the decks are balanced, and she loses sometimes. She loses the simulation duels sometimes, but she always wins the real duels. She's only ever lost to Diesel Kane. Ooh, very bad use of MST. Giant Germ's gonna do a ton of burn. And a toll. You're gonna have to spend a lot of life points to get through this. I could have seen Dark Holing at that point, honestly. Because the 1,000 burn from Giant Germs plus having to spend 500 to attack each time, that's 2,000 burn just to take out the Giant Germs. It's not worth it. You should be Dark Holing. Ooh, Spirit of the Harp, you can't beat over even with Yami. And Miho almost can't summon. Ooh, Fissure. Okay, that gets rid of Spirit of the Harp, but Miho cannot play any more cards. So Bakura, if he gets, yep, I was gonna say Cannon Soldier, he wins. Okay, Bakura wins game one. And if he wins one more duel, he wins the tournament. The Chain Energy deck is too strong. And he plays it again, Chain Energy. And Dark Elf is super dangerous right now for Miho because it's going to do 3,000 burn every time she attacks. It goes back to her hand, so she's going to have to spend 500 if she wants to play it again, and 1,000 every time to attack. I would not be using that card if I was her. Cannon Soldier, uh-oh. At least you can take that out with Neo, but I assume you're going to do Dark Elf instead because you are not smart. Oh no, you have 3 Dark Elves. That's the worst card for you to have. Oh no, you're screwed. Miho, you were so good. How are you losing to Bakura? Is it because you're stricken with love and don't want to hurt him? Swords, oof. Swords might be good for Mio because it means she's not going. No, he always wins when he gets swords out. Like, she's not gonna burn herself by attacking, but she's gonna burn herself by summoning. So it doesn't even matter. Oh no, Giant Germ. He didn't crash with it, thankfully. Oh, he has another copy of it. Okay. Well, he can crash with those if he wants to do crazy damage. Oh my god. He had just desserts. He won the duel. Your winner! And champion of the Death Tea tournament, at least. Bakura Rio. His first ever tournament win. beating the unbeatable Miho. Wow. Bakura wins 2-0. And the Death Tea has been defeated. Solomon's Blue Eyes White Dragon has been saved. And Chopman got third place and defeated Seto Kaiba, Gansley Johnson, and lost to Miho. God, really, Chopman? Like, really? Like, Chopman? Like, of all people, man, that's the guy? That's kind of crazy. Okay, I'm gonna end the stream now, but I might stream again when Sora gets home and do some draft stuff. Do some Yu-Gi-Oh! Draft stuff. So I will see you then, but yay! I will now, while I wait for her, I will prep stuff for the fourth tournament because I already have it planned out and it's gonna follow what follows in the anime story at least. So see ya, bye. Heart.